to roll. At this time, let me call on my co-chair, Mr. John Lord, for the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gay. Welcome everyone here, and I'm privileged to be afforded the honor of being honorary co-chair of this conference, representing the Coalition of Concerned Liberians, CCL. CCL is proud to always work in collaboration with our esteemed partner, EULA, and also we will remember the European Union and our other colleagues overseas in the diaspora in various localities. At this day, we are gathered here today to discuss and deliberate on very poignant issues related to our country. So our presence here demonstrates our commitment to our country and our sense of nationalism, not only expressed in the national anthem that our distinguished patriot, Mr. Lippe, just led, but also in our acts and our acts of commitment towards our country and discussing issues, not just for the sake of bringing them up, but to also discuss strategies about which we can get things done and making a difference in our country. We must again commend the hard work of Dr. Gay, Artemis Gay. I think we need to give him a hand. We have worked day and night for several months to get this thing going through, and we must appreciate that. We want to recognize the presence of representative of the Liberian government, in the presence of the Assistant Minister, Bertha Gray, from the Foreign Ministry, and the representatives from the Liberian Embassy, Mr. Lippe, and also Honorable Dwana. I saw him around earlier. But we welcome each and every member of the Liberian community and those who are friends of Liberia here today, and let us deliberate with our hearts and our hands as the national anthem instructs us to, and let us get results of what we do here today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The conference begins. Dr. Gay.
Thank you very much. As we proceed, at this time, we would like to call on one of the partners for this All Liberian Diaspora Conference in the person of Mr. Gay Disley, National President, the Union of Liberian Association in the Americas. Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Gay. Well, good morning to all.
Good morning.
You just heard our partner just spoke. Maybe I can just second the motion and say that, right? Because he said it all. But I just want to take this time from the Union of Liberian Association in the Americas. I bring greetings to all of you. Our representative from Liberia, the rep from the embassy, fellow Liberian, fellow organizations present here today. I bring you greetings. Well, this conference was long talked about by many other organizations. And at the just ended EULA conference in Sacramento, California, we decided there that we should make this possible to discuss issues that are affecting our country. The worst that we can do in the diaspora, that we know we have a problem back home, is to do nothing about it. If you don't do anything about the problem, then you are part of the problem. If you attempt and you don't make it, I mean, that's a difference. At least you are showing a genuine effort to make it happen. So EULA decided to engage 8 partners and sister organizations to make sure that we hold this conference here today. And this conference was designed to bring mainly the leaders and other interest groups together here today. So if you don't see a full room, don't be too discouraged. It's a process, and we're going to keep doing this. You know, this is going to keep going on. We've been talking, Dr. Gay and myself, who have done an excellent job. Again, I want to say thank you, Dr. Gay, for the great job that you have done. And my brother, Jacob, and of course, the co-chair, who is based here, is our local host, who said thank you to you. You know, I know our local chapter, the Addison, is on the way. I want to say thanks to all of you for hosting us here today. And it's a pleasure to be here. I want to welcome all of you. Dr. Nyan, who has always been working with us when we hosted EULA's and other partner summit in Minnesota that recruited 25 personnel to be sent to Liberia to help the Ebola. Dr. Nyan was in the forefront of that too. Dr. Nyan, you want to be recognized. He's right here, if you don't know Dr. Nyan. So just want to say thank you all for coming, and we look forward to a great conference here today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gate Isler, President, Union of Liberian Association in the Americas. At this time, what we will do before I even make the opening statement, I would like each one of you to introduce yourself. Let us know you, because it's a little intimate room, so let us all get to know each other. So the floor will be open. I'm sorry, this mic might not work from a distance, so you can just use that inner voice and project. We will start from the front, go this way, and I will get everybody to introduce themselves.
I'm Dr. Joe Baba from Maryland.
Okay. Well, John Lloyd, all said.
Christopher Libby, Embassy of Liberia.
Okay, I'm a brother Doe, the Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs and focal point on diaspora relations.
I'm Tamba Egelas, currently in New York City, one of the panelists.
I'm Juba Yang, physician and research scientist here in the Maryland area.
I'm Gay Gisler Jr. from Chicago, National President of EULA.
Boya John Human, National General Secretary of EULA, professionally Vice President JP Morgan Chase Bank.
I'm Reverend John Sopler Jr. from Liberia, a United Methodist pastor, one of the panelists in the group discussion.
And these two young ladies.
Anita from Chicago.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm William Eda Simmons from Philadelphia, and I am a psychologist and a professor. So I will be speaking one of the panelists here as well.
My name is Lee J. Ennis. I currently live here in Washington, D.C. I work in commercial real estate investment and development here in D.C. And a young aspiring Liberian entrepreneur who has a passion for my country, and also one of the panelists here today.
My name is Simo Dalwo from Massachusetts.
I'm Jacob Massaquin. I'm the chair of Concerned Liberians Against Corruption and Impunity. And I'm also a senior consultant, business consultant with Tucson International.
Hi, my name is Jefferson King, and I am the founder of The Bush Chicken. It's an online media outlet, and we're live streaming this on the web.
Hello, my name is Malala Jango. I'm living in Virginia. I work with the World Bank Group and also Bush Chicken Media.
That's great.
Hi everyone, I'm Vivian Elkins from Chicago, student at Brandeis University.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Ty from Chicago, student UIC, University of Chicago.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Bob H.K., one of the panelists.
I'm Emmanuel Beatty from North Carolina, a facilitator.
Nathan McCoy, from North Carolina. So, of course, I'm the driver this morning from North Carolina. So,
Yeah, of course.
So I'm one of the panelists, and I'm an educator. I'm Jerry McCauley. I live in Maryland, formerly from Chicago. I just need to make that connection. Focus on international finance and economics, and I work significantly with international finance and private companies.
I'm Veronica Finn, and I'm a Canadian.
I study in Australia, and I'm currently doing a visiting scholar at University of Washington School of Law, finishing my PhD.
And we are waiting for we'll give you the mic to introduce yourself.
Introduce all of us. Well, I'm sorry, doctors. You couldn't be able to come in. Is it on?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Good. My name is Jeff Gongowa Duwana. Gongowa Duwana. Wow. That's my name. I happen to be the Deputy Chief of Mission at the Liberian Embassy. I see a lot of faces that I know. That one way far right there, Joe. And of course, I see the President Yola. Oh my God, let me stop calling him before I forget somebody. Actually, we are here. We have 2 delegates here from the side of government. Ms. Doe, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and myself from the embassy. So I don't know why you want me to talk. I'm glad to be among people here this morning, and we all can be able to talk about common issues facing our country. Yes. And we expect all of you to talk what you can talk. Please talk today. Let's get together. And after you talk, say something about how we can, if it's a problem, how we can solve it together, or what recommendation that you can give for us. Let's not just talk, but let's give recommendation.
Thank you very much. At this point, let us now express our mandate. And it's been well said by everybody, so I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. We are here to talk, to take what we call praxis into a better action. For so long, we've talked and we've walked away from the talk. What we intend to do is to engage ourselves. Before you take the coal from your eye, what do you say? Take this for your own eyes. So we have to begin with ourselves as diaspora organization. Why is it that our organization sometimes go into relapse? Why is it that we struggle with issues that are so pertinent to the upliftment of our local communities? Why some of us don't want to pick our community dues, yet we expect our community leaders to make the difference. Why they volunteer their time? And then we are quick to say, oh, government is doing this and that. And right in our own backyard, the little things are not done well. So it's an introspection and a retrospection. We ask ourselves, if we can start from the small steps, then we can make it better. And to do it, we first start from the open mind, open heart, that we all can express ourselves and do it well. I learned one thing that is so important. Sometimes people think debates are bad. Debates are very good, especially when it's done by reason. Debate gets bad when it is confused as something else, where someone is not making sense. But the biggest thing is to sit together, and I must applaud Minister Doe for expressing the fact that in the observer role, the government has come to hear us. And that is what I call good government in that sense. The first thing is you don't just put the kids aside or put another group aside. The ULA president, I had an experience one time with, we're not going to call name, with senior government officials that came to a very important event in our backyard. Without recognizing the strength of the community, walk there, it was just through a talk that we got to know what was happening. And the folks were surprised to know why we were not even informed. When we have medical doctors, we have all the folks that were in our own backyard, resources. The folks left and wondered. But again, just as Honorable Doe has made it clear, it's time for us to listen. When I spoke to Honorable Jeff, he said it's time for us to talk together. And for me, that is a driving force for healing, for listening, and in all, for making our country better. So today, express yourself and do it in this forum. I will say it is not about the quality and the quantity of the folks, but it's about the quality of the product. As we gather here today, let us give ourselves the best for our country. For those who drove from that far, who flew from far and near, God is on your side because you brought Liberia closer to the diaspora. Thank you. And at this point, let us begin our first panel discussion. We will now go in the panel discussion on rethinking national security for genuine nation building. And we are sorry that Dr. Topper could not make the trip. So in here, we do have some strong voices that will uplift this particular aspect, and we all will join in. And we will call on Dr. Wilmetta Simmons and Brother Tama to join us in this panel discussion on national security from the health aspect and from the issue of reform, reconciliation, and reform, redress, and reconciliation. Thank you so much. Please come up. Please give them a hand of applause.
Just quick, let me just quick.
If you have your cell phone, please turn it off or put it on silence. That will be helpful. And to my esteemed panelists, you have 10 minutes to work with your time. We will call time up, just like we'll give you a yellow card or a red card.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tama D. Agelas. I'm a Liberian. Live in New York City. For those who may know me, and for those who may not know me, I am the founding member and director of the Voice of Liberia. I think some of you may have heard of the Voice of Liberia. The Voice of Liberia it's an advocacy-based organization that has been around for a little over 13 years now, and we advocate for the welfare of women, children, and all of disenfranchised citizens of Liberia who have been impacted and affected by the Civil War and other, of course, issues that have retarded development within our country. Recently, I spent a year working in Liberia with BRAC. BRAC is an international nonprofit organization. It is the largest development organization, and BRAC has been in Liberia since about 8 years now. And I was the head of HR and operations. I took that role because when everyone else was leaving, when the Ebola hit, there was a need to get people back in there to coordinate logistics operation, to get medical supplies, to get doctors in. When most of the experts were leaving, when most of our government officials were leaving, getting their families out, and this is the reality because I was there and I went there. So others were running away from the storm. I was going towards the storm. But now, to the issue here today, reform, redress, and reconciliation as a security matter. Mr. Chairman of the organizing committee, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, government representative here present, representative of various diaspora Liberian organizations, fellow guests, and my fellow panelists. You know, first of all, to understand the issues of reform, redress, and reconciliation, issues that are central to the rebuilding a cohesive nation of Liberia and accelerating the kind of change needed to thrive in the 21st century, both as a country and as a people. We must first understand our history and some of the background information that has led us to where we are today as a country and as a people. And just a little history. I'm not going to give all of us a history lesson today, but it is good as Liberians, first of all, to remember where we have come from as a country. Since our founding in 1847, for over 130 years, our political system basically was fragile. The leadership structure was not ready for transition, and the foundation was never there that will allow us to transition seamlessly from one leadership to another that will bring about the change and sustainable development that we need in Liberia. A segment of our population for too long was excluded from participating in the political and social economic process of our country. And we must recognize that as Liberians. And this is one of our initial challenges that got us to where we are today. Now, after 130 years of that one-party rule that excluded a large segment of our population, then we had a coup d'etat in 1980. And this coup d'etat, as bloody as it was, people thought that they had an opportunity to actually usher in a new era of change. Wherein some people say, well, it was not the indigenous people's time. I disagree. It was an opportunity as a country, as a nation, for us to reform, reconcile, and rebuild. Our then president, Samuel Doe, after a decade of trials and errors, his rule turned into, again, a dictatorship. His opponents basically were either chased out of the country, left for exile, and some were killed. And we know the aftermath. Then out of that frustration, educated elites, educated Liberians got together and decided that they're going to start an all-out war to remove Samuel Doe. Out of frustration, out of the history that they have been through also as a group, as an interest group, that country. This is why there's a need for reform, redress, and reconciliation. When Charles Taylor finally won the presidency in 1997, people hoped that Liberia would turn the page, that would put the war behind us and rebuild and come together as a nation and reconcile. He also did the missteps and miscalculation and his inability to reconcile a nation that had been hurt for so long. His opponents also came up against him, and he was eventually forced out of power. And all of that happened at the detriment of innocent civilians. Today, we know that more than 250,000 people died in the war that began in 1989 through 2003. This is the reason why there's need for reform, redress, reconciliation. We made history recently in 2005 when we elected the first female president of Africa, Madam Elijah Salim. This is another milestone that we reached as a country, as a people. In the history of Liberia, over the last 10 years, Liberia has gotten the largest support, international support, to rebuild a nation torn apart by a decade plus long war. And yet again, we are still struggling as a country, as a people. We are doing short-term projects instead of focusing on the long-term need and the holistic need of the country. This is what is need for reform, redress, and reconciliation. Liberia remains a nation of conundrums. The Truth and Reconciliation Report is currently lingering, right? Catching dust somewhere in coffers of some offices in Monrovia. Our nation has turned wherein former warlords have been rewarded with position of authority. Citizens don't know any better. They have elected some of them as senators and lawmakers. Our judicial system, as some call it, remains to be challenged. I spent a year in Liberia. Today, I have a land case that's pending for the last 3 years. We cannot get a hearing. I have changed 3 lawyers, and every lawyer is being paid. Every time, it's the same excuse. And then when the Ebola crisis hit, we lost another year just trying to get that case to, our day in court. And this is just an example of some of these challenges that we have as a country and as a people. Now, let's fast forward. I'm not going to give you the statistic, in terms of education, literacy, death rate, poverty. I have all of that here, and I'm going to share those with the organizing members so they can put on the website for those who want it as a reference material. But since our inception as a country, from Joseph J. Roberts to Samuel Kayando to Eric Salim, our nation has faced tremendous challenges in terms of government reform, redress, and reconciliation. We, all of us who are here today, and many others with similar aspirations, we must make a bold move and seize this opportunity to alter the course of Liberia, both as the next generation of leaders and patriots destined to inherit these challenges that we are discussing today. Through reform, redress, and reconciliation, we can build a nation to last for generations to come, not other nations to be torn apart by its very own children. I'm just going to enumerate a few of my own recommendations and proposals that I believe, when addressed adequately, and get us to a point where we may be able to turn the tide and bring about lasting change in Liberia. One, it starts with leadership. And this will require us, all of us, to shock the system in Liberia. And this is what I mean by that. Liberian leaders who have an extraordinary commitment to cause. That's what we need. People who put the needs of citizens above tribe, clan, or political party. We must begin to educate and inform the voting population on the importance of electing people to public office. People with a track record of doing good by their people in their communities. People who have been tested, who have been vetted, who can show a track record of success. People with impeccable moral character, who have the skills and ability to effect meaningful change. It starts with leadership. The leaders we put in office, the leaders we gave authority to, the leaders as a people, they must have those criteria, they must have those qualities. Education and healthcare are human rights. The last year I've spent in Liberia, I have seen that if this is no longer news for every one of us, the president has said, education is a mess. We have seen what the Ebola crisis has done with our healthcare system that doesn't have the skills and the manpower and the resources to be able to respond to such a crisis. History teaches us that a nation that does not educate its citizens is unable to efficiently manage its own resources, which means foreigners, profiteers are quick to take advantage of such a vacuum, and they will come in and they will seize the opportunity, and gradually Liberians will lose Liberia. We have the power of numbers as Liberians to compare our government and development partners to do so, to invest in education and healthcare, because that's a human right. It's not a privilege, it's a human right. The rule of law and corruption. Wherever there's a rule of law, there's always chaos. Liberia has been a society of chaos for the last 3 to 4, or even the last century, if I may say. There have been a number of others in recent examples, other reports and allegations of corruption against powerful and well-connected aides and government officials. And those reports are still lingering somewhere, waiting for someone to make a decision to say, let's forward this audit report to the Justice Ministry, let's forward these people to court so we can have their day in court. Just recently, like yesterday or 2 days ago, we heard allegations of investment of $800,000 at the MPA. Well, again, it's easier to just look at this report and say, well, it is just another allegation. But when we as a people going to show that we are committed to fighting corruption and any corruption in our country. So we, to show Liberians in the world that we are serious about enforcing the rule of law, we must start by giving these people their day in court so they can clear their name, or if they are found guilty of embezzlement and corruption, then so be it, let justice be served. And this will set precedents. This will set precedents for future leaders, for people who aspire to be in public office. Now let's look at government. You know, I had experience at a ministry of her for a birth certificate. I had an experience at a ministry of foreign affairs for a passport. I want to renew my own passport. I had experiences with police. Wherever you went to get a government service, it feels as if someone is expecting something from you before they can perform the responsibility that they are given. And these people have been paid. They have been hired as government functionaries. They have been paid. They have benefits. Why should it feel as if when you go anywhere to get government service, it feels as if you have to pay someone something before anything can be done? We need to streamline and adopt smart government. You know, by doing so, we reduce risk, waste, and the allure of corruption. For example, let's create one-stop shops across every agency of government providing a service to the public, with a window for the Treasury Department that will collect taxes and fees instead of having monies transition from one person to another. And before you get a paperwork done, either you have gotten frustrated or you have spent more than what you should be paying for the service. Job creation. Unemployment remains the biggest challenge facing the country today. And it is a ticking time bomb. If you look at the demographics of Liberia, the largest demographic is the young people. Those of us who got fortunate to escape the war, the majority of our peers and our colleagues, they are either unemployed, undereducated, or illiterate. They have little skills or no skills. And these people, they are Liberians, but their plight is a national security issue. And it's a time bomb. We must find a way to create jobs, improve skills, provide training and opportunities, so the rest of the nation, the majority of ordinary Liberians, can share in the resources of our country. And then finally, and thank you for reminding me of my time, finally, we must end impunity in order to reconcile a divided nation. And here's why. We must strive to bring closure to the chapter of the Civil War. And this is something that's difficult to talk about. This is something that makes people to feel uncomfortable. But if we are honest with ourselves, we must bring closure both to victims and perpetrators. We may not have the resources now to say we can start a war crimes code. We may not have $1 million now to sponsor a war monument to honor our fallen comrades, but we must make it a commitment to us and the future generations to ensure that we hold those who were responsible for the most heinous of crimes during the Civil War era to set a precedent, and to send a clear message that we will no longer sit by and will allow a group of people to take arms and come to kill our people. And we must also honor the memory of those who died, those who didn't get their day in court, those who were summarily executed. Liberia must be a nation of love, not a nation of men. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, all of us, all of this requires a selfless leadership that champions development, transparency, and accountability. It is only then that we Liberians can live in the land of liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Do we take questions or do we go to the next panelist?
We will go to the next. So we'll get the question together.
All right, hey guys, how are you? I promise I'll try my best to be as quick as possible. I truly am honored to be in your presence, to just be among amazing people. I can tell that everyone here is pretty much passionate about Liberia and is willing to do whatever it is to help out our country in terms of its development, and that's why we're here. On our presentation, it talks about health as a security issue, right? And most times when people think about health, they think about, physical health. Is that right? Like, cholesterol, diabetes. It's important. But what I'm going to be focusing on, because this is my passion and my baby, as I like to call it, is mental health as it relates to Liberia. So with that being said, let's get into this presentation. I promise I'm not tweeting or anything interesting like that. I have my presentation on my phone. So, it's the age we live in. Okay, so just 2 years ago, I got an opportunity to go to Liberia, right? And we went on a medical mission trip. Actually, you weren't there, but we missed you. We missed you. We went on a medical mission trip to Liberia, and we were there for about 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks or so. And one of the things that was just striking to me was I hadn't been there in about 20 years prior to that. So since I was slightly younger than I am now. But when I went there, I had an image of Liberia, in spite of the war. It was interesting because I had an image of Liberia as being this place that was very, very friendly, and people love to have fun and they love to party. And I have to say, going back, it was very discouraging because there was a theme of just kind of like a very hopeless, depressive atmosphere, and everyone seemed kind of down and angry. And it was a huge cultural shock for me because I think idealized Liberia in my head. I'm like, I can't wait to go, and I'm going to be enjoying all the food and having a good old time. And it had me thinking about the impact of the Civil War on our country. So, as we think about, and I think you did a wonderful job just kind of covering the basics, and as we think about the Civil War, in terms of mental health, one of the things that we have to consider is how exactly has it impacted our country? And when I think about it, I recall how many Liberians really were subject to be partakers or be forced to really engage in some civil rights violations, right? Such as murder and rape and mutilation and things along that line that usually we kind of almost don't talk about anymore. But to be quite honest, it still permeates throughout even our being as we're here in the United States. When I went there, actually, you can actually see the lingering effects of post-conflict trauma in Liberia. So for example, a lot of individuals talk to me about, I tend to be loud, so I don't really need this thing, right? It's kind of reflecting, I talk with my hand. Okay, so there, a lot of individuals talk to me about the fact that they still see their perpetrators when they maybe say go to the market or when they are going to church. And it's really hard if you have gone through trauma and you're constantly being faced with individuals who may have, raped you or may have murdered your mom or dad or whoever it may be. And just think about the re-traumatization that causes. So it was very concerning to me. So I took a look at what do our numbers say about mental health psychological impact of war and how it affects our country as a whole. And one of the things that I saw in a lot of studies was that about 44% of Liberians actually meet the diagnostic criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, I'll go into detail with that if anyone wants to know afterwards, but typically it's just an effect of, way that I think about it is, you know, once someone has gone through trauma, just re-experiencing symptoms and things like numbing their symptoms and just really feeling, just reliving that moment in their head, and it impacts their overall well-being. The other piece that was shocking to me, let me contrast the number. 44% is huge, right? And to me, that's almost 50%. That means, you know, 1 in 2 people have some type, actually meet diagnostic criteria for PTSD, so according to some of the studies that I saw. And then about 40% of them would meet the criteria for major depression. In the United States, the prevalence rate on that is about 8%. And then about 42, and it depends on the research that you see, but about 42 to 73% of individuals actually were exposed to some type of sexual violence. That's a huge number. Even if you go to the lower end of 42%, it's still a very ginormous number for people to have been exposed to such things like that. And in terms of substance abuse, which when we went to Liberia, it seemed to become, it's more and more of an issue than it was. So they looked at about 12 to 44% of individuals or so that had a substance abuse history or that were currently using substances. When I think about what I just went through, the PTSD, the major depressive disorder, substance abuse, things along that line, what's even surprising for me, or what makes things worse for a lot of our individuals that are experiencing mental health conditions, is the fact that there's so much stigma and misconception around mental illness. Even in the States, when I work with individuals that are Liberian, whether it's in my private practice or, you know, at my other job, they still come in with the idea that, you know what, I really think my aunt wished me, you know, she did this, or the family members bring their kids in and they tell me he's just lazy, you know, he's really, really just lazy. He doesn't want to do anything. And oftentimes it may be legit that is depression, or maybe as negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which can mimic depression. So we still have that going on even here in the United States. We smile about it, but I've heard even really well-educated individuals saying, you know what, right before his grandma died, she wished him, that's why he's like that. I'm not dismissing the spiritual aspect of things. I'm just saying that, you know, it doesn't preclude, or it doesn't mean that there isn't a legitimate mental health condition that's going on as well. So it's important that we assess for those things. The consequences of these misconceptions, though, is that even in Liberia and here, and I can speak particularly for Philadelphia itself, is that individuals and family members that do have a mental illness are ashamed, or they're afraid to talk about it, or they don't want to seek treatment for it because they don't want to be seen as being crazy. Also, family members and communities, especially in Liberia, may isolate or restrain people that have mental illness, which is kind of sad because really what that does is exacerbate their mental illness. I remember doing a radio interview in Liberia, and one of the things they kept referring to individuals with mental illness as, you know, crazy people, and the intention wasn't to be cruel, I don't think, but for me, being that it's something that I'm so passionate about and that I love discussing and I love healing people in that regard, it kind of hurt that that's how they were being referred to. But and I corrected it and said, oh, they're individuals with mental illnesses, you know, or with certain challenges. Oftentimes though, aside from just secluding and isolating people, it's not uncommon. I actually saw someone getting beat up really bad, and you know, in Liberia while we were there, and the reason for that is because he was sick and he had a mental illness. And again, thinking about how ways in which that just really exacerbates one's mental illness, it's just insane. Despite everything that I just talked about in terms of our mental health condition in Liberia, our system, the mental health system in Liberia, isn't really equipped to deal with all that at all. There's a shortage of mental health professionals. For example, while I was there, I kept asking for a psychiatrist, and it turned out there were about 1.5 practicing psychiatrists. I'll say 0.5, you know, I'm being fair, because they weren't in the country at the time. And, you know, think about our population is about, you know, maybe roughly 4 million people to one psychiatrist. That just, I can't even fathom that. And then as far as psychologists such as myself, there were a handful of them, and some of them were actually, I think more of them were working in the academic setting than they were in the clinical setting itself. And there were a few social workers. And then most of what I found is that the nurses were being the social workers, the counselors, the therapists, and everything you needed them to be. So they were all in one, and I have to give them credit because they somehow are able to balance all of those roles, and they do a wonderful job with that. The other piece that I want to point out is that in Liberia, unless things have changed, but the last I checked, there was only one inpatient mental health facility, one with about, I think I counted 80 beds. Think about what I just said with regards to the numbers. About 50% of us having PTSD and about 40% of us having major depressive disorder. One would think that we would need to get treated somewhere. And if there are about 4 million individuals in a country and only 80 beds for an inpatient facility, that's just shouldn't be the case at all. And I think it speaks to the fact that mental health is not something that's really valued in our country, but it certainly should be, especially given the impact of the war. I saw a handful of outpatient mental health facilities as well. Again, individuals in these facilities weren't as trained, you know, they were really just individuals that were helping out, or they received some kind of workshop and they were going and helping. And that's what we have, and that's what we have to use. There was a study that showed that only 18% of healthcare facilities actually have clinicians that are trained to provide mental health services. 18% of healthcare facilities, you know, that were actually training individuals. That's such a small number, given that we don't have much anyway to begin with. And that less than 1% of Liberians actually have access to appropriate mental health services. It was interesting because I had to see an interesting individual while I was in Liberia. And one of the things, you know, he presented to me, parents stated that, you know, this kid's, only when he's in church, he hears voices. You know, I work with patients with schizophrenia, so that's like my bread and butter. And I thought, well, wait a minute. You know, they said, oh, he's hearing voices, he's talking, he's you know, speaking in tongues, things along that line. And I thought to myself, well, does this happen outside of church? You know, and they say, no. It don't really happen outside of church. And I said to them, well, what do you think is causing this? Which, by the way, is very uncommon for that to be the case, because usually when individuals have a particular diagnosis, it spreads not just in the church or academic setting, but really in different aspects of their functioning. And they said, well, you know, same thing, it's Jinnah. And so they explained to me what it is, and we talked about how we can compromise in terms of mental health versus Jinnah, and we can talk about that later if you guys have questions. And then, and I asked them if they ever saw a mental health professional, and they said, like who, you know? And they hadn't even heard of, you know, like psychologists and psychiatrists and things like that. They were like, well, we went to our, you know, I went to our paramount chief, we went to our pastor, and he did X, Y, and Z. But the reality is, they hadn't even considered mental health treatment at all. And part of it is not their fault, because I just talked about how scarce mental health treatment is in Liberia. The other piece is that most people, about 90% of the population, lives off of, you know, $2 a day. And it's really hard to actually pay for mental health treatment when you have to worry about feeding your family, and to no fault of their own. That would be my priority as well. This is a slide that no one can see, but this is when I went there, one of the things that I really wanted to accomplish in Liberia was to be able to train some of the nurses and social workers in terms of evidence-based practices for mental health conditions such as depression, PTSD, and schizophrenia. And so the group was just amazing. They were really knowledgeable, and they had a lot of questions, and they wanted everything they could possibly get. And it was, you know, it was phenomenal to be able to provide that way. So let's talk a little bit about, okay, we heard about what mental health has done to our country and what our current state is, which isn't good. It's really, we're in a state of mental disarray when you think about it, and we're not equipped to deal with it. But poor mental health is actually associated with a number of things. What are some things that you can imagine, and I hope you guys cooperative, that poor mental health would lead to? You can just throw out ideas.
Well, the first thing is serious economic drawback, like people not healthy, they're not able to work.
That's right.
So just the economic impact is just glaring.
Yeah, you know, it's the World Health Organization stated that there is no health without mental health, and I truly believe that, because if we're not functioning in our head, it's very difficult to function physically, and it's difficult to make crucial decisions. And I would venture to say that many of us, even individuals in this room, probably at one point or another have encountered various symptoms of mental illnesses, and think about the ways in which it affected you. I can speak for myself because I'm in the field, and just, you know, whether it's anxiety or whether it's depression, whatever it may be, it definitely influences the way in which I operate, whether it's with my staff or with my colleagues. Another piece, I thank you for pointing that out. The other piece is that just when people are struggling with mental health, it leads to poor lifestyle, right? Or unhealthy lifestyle, as I like to think about it. They might turn to drugs. They might also have, you know, be at an increased risk, but not always, of being violent if it's not treated. All right, it could also lead to physical illness, because I like to think that our minds and our bodies are interrelated, and that one doesn't necessarily happen without the other. And when one part of our body is affected, our mind is affected as well. It also leads to human rights violations, such as, you know, when I was there, I think one of the most devastating things for me in Liberia was just the increased rate at which infants and toddlers were being raped by adult men. And, you know, the nurses there, bless their heart, because, you know, they kind of were so used to having these kids come in this condition. I mean, think about a 2-year-old or 3-year-old who entire body has been ruined, who cannot have a child, who can't see their kid graduate, just the impact of that. And they were so used to it that it almost was normalizing in a way that, oh, we see this all the time. And for me, it was just devastating, because when I think about, I still think my 25-year-old brother is a baby, you know, so when I think about an actual young kid being violated in such a horrible way, and there's not much that's done about that. In fact, I was speaking to the grandmother who brought the kid in, and she was screaming at the little girl. She said, why you went over there to his yard? Nobody told you to go over there. And it was really just blaming the victim. And it was just so hurtful. So of course I took the time to talk about the impact of mental health, and how, you know, how this is really going to affect her for a long time, and she needs support. And you know, and I think about that not just from an individual level, but think about it in terms of the country as a whole. There's so many kids that are encountering that on a day-to-day basis, and adults that are encountering that, and we're not doing enough about it. The other piece is that poor mental health is really associated with academic underachievement, lack of productivity, which you mentioned back there. Thank you so much. And just interpersonal conflict. I realized even in the States, we always like to think about, you know, back home, some people got on my nerves because they operate differently. But even in the States here, I work with some young adults and adolescents that recently came, like say, from back home, and they tend to just be naturally aggressive. And they're just mad. They're mad all the time, and they don't even know why half the time. And, you know, you have to talk about, why is that? Why is that? That agitation, a lot of times when we think of people that have depression, we think, oh, they're sad, they're in bed all the time. But it's not uncommon either for depression to manifest itself in an aggressive format, or for, you know, post-traumatic stress disorder or post-traumatic stress. It doesn't have to reach the point of a disorder, but that it affects you in a negative way, or that it makes you a little bit more aggressive or more on edge and more vigilant either. So we don't combat that. We look at, oh, you know, that man, he's worthless, but we don't think about what's the root cause of that. Okay, and I think it's important that we think about it. The other piece is that, so this is my opinion, right, is that unless mental health is appropriately addressed, mental health problems will continue to plague not just individuals, not just families, not just communities, but really our country as a whole. And it really is going to hinder our overall health, because we won't have people who are in the sound mind. I would venture to say that we don't have people who are in the sound mind. Right now, I spoke to some of them that may have needed some help. they won't have individuals that can actually run a country effectively, right? And so if that's the case, then it obviously is going to affect our security as well as our economic health. So with that being said, I just thank you for giving me your ears, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Wasn't this brilliant?
Excellent.
Right. We just want to thank you to know that we have our own resources around us all the time. We should tap into our communities. They are here. And having said that, I will call on Secretary Fire Yuma to moderate this session of our panel so we can have some questions and some suggestions, but we have to keep it at the level that we're going to go into our section, so we'll have more of this discussion. So watch up when you see the timepiece.
Thank you, sir. It appears that we're always ready. Well, thank you, panelists, and thank you, my fellow delegates, for listening to the beautiful folks making beautiful presentations. Well, today, obviously, you all had the opportunity to listen to them. Maybe what we will be focusing on now is to see how we can question them and go a little bit deeper. I don't want to take up your time by going into synopsis, maybe giving a summary that will take you, but just for the benefit of those who may have come in a little bit later, where you heard of Mr. Thomas Agelis? Tamba. Agelis.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Next, I will ask you for the meeting TC for that. Okay. But yeah, I mean, he made a presentation about the security challenges we have pretty much in Liberia, some of his personal experiences, that the country makes you to feel that indeed that you owe them something. If you go to make some investment there, they think that where they're doing you a favor and don't want to look at you as making significant contributions pretty much to help with the development of that country. And he went and made some other presentations. Obviously, you all heard what he told us, going into our civil crisis, going to investment in all of these challenges. Now, obviously, we heard Dr. Sammons. She was very much informative as well, talking about the mental health challenges and situation we have in our country. That they try to actually blame the victims as people who actually led to some of the difficulties or some of the challenges they face. That people who were raped, they kind of being accepted in our society. That when you are raped, pretty much a way, it's a normal routine in life, it should be accepted, you know, and learn to live with these kind of things. And we also learned about our own mental health situation in Liberia. Well, they call you crazy people, and when they go in to find remedies, you attribute it to something supernatural. We say, well, it's either the devil or maybe it's Jejina. That really touched me, and indeed, some of us are very open with these discussions in our own communities. But for this moment now, we will begin by maybe setting a time limit. If you have a question, just raise your hand. I will recognize you, give her the question, and we'll give the panelists time to respond. Okay, let's go. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Mr. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
sure.
Mr. Agelis, you talk about the lack of accountability in Liberia. So from your perspective and corruption, how do we address the question of corruption and accountability in Liberia, based on your experience?
All right, thank you, Mr. Masakwe. Again, you know, just to reiterate, you know, my position and my opinion, you know, on how we can address the issue of corruption and accountability in Liberia. Societies, you know, modern societies, we've seen in Europe, we've seen after the end of, you know, World War I, after the end of World War II, the Allied forces who won the war made sure that those people who committed atrocities, those people, again, I won't say we will ever have the ability to bring every perpetrator or everyone who participated in the war directly or funded the war in one way or another to account. But we have to be able to say there has to be some level of accountability, because history has shown us that if you don't do that, it creates a bad precedent wherein people feel that they can take the law into their own hands and never have to respond to anyone, especially people who have authority, people who have security apparatus at their disposal. They control the police, they control the army, they control the CID, etc., etc. There has to be some check and balance. People that are elected, including the presidency, must be checked. And those checks and balances are built into our constitution. Okay, we have 3 branches of government. We have the judiciary, we have the executive, and we have the legislative branch of government. But as I said earlier, we can only ensure that those governments function the way they should function if we have the right people in the right positions. For far too long, in Liberia, as long as I know myself, when I became a man, sometimes to get a government job, you have to have the right name. I have seen stories of people coming from the interior parts of Liberia, and they arrive in Monrovia, they change their Yakwabulo name to Joseph, to Jenkins, because they want to have that name to feel that they have some sort of affiliation. Now we have to stop that. We have to say, look, it doesn't have to be based. You don't have to have the right family name to have a position in government or to be able to serve your people. All we have to look for is a commitment. People who are committed, people who are patriots, who have a calling, who deep down want to make a difference, who are not looking to get in government because they want to get rich tomorrow. Because we had civil war for 10 years and we're all refugees. I was a refugee in Guinea for 10 years. But because today now I have a government job, so I'm going to try, to say, well, I lost 10 years in Guinea as a refugee, so I'm going to try to accumulate as much as I can accumulate within a short period of time. We must break that cycle. And to break that cycle, when it comes to the issue of war crimes, when it comes to the issue of corruption, is to be able to strengthen our judicial system, wherein we give people their day in court. We have impartial judges, judges who don't have to manipulate the system, and jurors who don't have to manipulate the system to get something out of it. Because without justice, without the rule of law, we'll continue to go in cycles. We'll just continue to go in cycles. So it's about holding people accountable. It's about giving people their day in court. And it's about making sure that the judicial process works. Hope I answered your question, Mr. Master question.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, we'll take one from, okay, from the back, from the lady, they will come back to the front.
My question is actually recognition the issue of mental health in Liberia. From your own point of view, what are some of those things you think can be done to encourage more people in the field of psychology to address mental issues in Liberia?
It's a great question. I think one of the first places that we have to start is just around that stigma. I mean, we really have to accept that this is, in fact, just like anything else that we have, whether it's, just like diabetes or hypertension, it's something that individuals experience that can, in fact, be managed. I think what I gathered from Liberia while I was there is that they see mental health as you don't come back, Once you have it, that's it. Your life is over. You don't come back. And, as I said, I work with individuals with severe mental illnesses, and I've seen them actually get to a place where they function, and they function very well. And in the community, in their own apartments. The program that I organize is all about taking those individuals and putting them to exist in the community as you and I would, because they too are deserving of it, and they have proven many psychiatrists wrong by doing that exact thing. So one of the things is just bringing awareness to it, minimizing the stigma, but I think also psychology even here and back home, wasn't something that was recommended. I remember my aunts, everyone saying, go into nursing because everybody goes into nursing, you know? And it wasn't my cup of tea. I've always been passionate about human behavior and how is it that you and I can go through the exact same experience and come out feeling different. That's like, you know, gets me excited. So I think, you know, really advocating for the field, for the individuals that are here. One of the challenges I think I've encountered here is that once people have gotten to a place like now I'm doctor, whatever, we don't want to look back all the time. And that's unfortunate because you can't forget the place that molded you, where you came from, you know what I mean? I think a lot of times the work might have to be done with individuals that are here that have that skill set and encouraging them to go back home and train people and talk to people about it. I know that when I was there, the University of Liberia was interested in it's more of a social work program, but you got to start somewhere. A social work program that incorporated some aspects of psychology, and you know, so having those kind of training programs at that level and advocating for it and showing I think a lot of times people want to see how is this going to impact me and how is it going to impact my family members or my community or my country. When we're able to actually show the impact of improved mental health, I think people might be a little bit more interested.
Yeah, because the reason I say this, because like most I want to go back home and go to work because you have to see your family.
That's right.
Like when I came to the United States, my first school I wanted to be psychology. But I said I started school for the first 1 week, and then I said I just wasting my time because I won't even get a job when I go back home.
Yeah.
I won't be able to even feel my family. So why should I get into this field? I won't be able to get a job because I don't want to stay in the United States. I want to go back to my country to contribute. So why should I go into the field that I won't have a job when I go back home? Because when I go tell somebody about mental health, they will think I'm crazy.
Yeah.
So I have to do social work. Because I mean, the understand it's just social work.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's so true. That's so true. I think also one of the things that I think we can do, you got to start somewhere. You know, it's important to be pioneers in one way or the other. It does make psychology. You don't do much with psychology with a bachelor's or even sometimes with a master's. You have to go all the way and get a PhD or a PsyD, and it's 10 years. And a lot of times people don't want to go through all that only to not have a job. But you can also get grants and maybe go back home and you know, form some kind of an organization that caters to people that need that. But you know, we can further discuss our moderator.
Thank you very much. Now we will actually go to Mr. Gessler.
Thank you very much, moderator. I just want to say thanks to the two presenters. I mean, your presentation was well in place and very informative. Especially from Dr. Simmons, you know, myself, I'm a substance abuse counselor, psych therapist, and I'm a mental health professional. I'm not a psych or psychologist. I do the groundwork and work with psychologists. But before I come to my question, I want to share a similar experience before I went to Liberia in 2012. I was hearing a lot of people were saying, oh, people in Liberia, they're not afraid of cars. You know, they walk in the street and the car will literally hit them. So I kept that in mind. When I went to Liberia, I started to observe and I said, these people, it's not that they are not afraid of cars. They may not even know the car is coming. They are zoomed out. You know, they went through trauma and this trauma has not been addressed. You know, so these people, they're not afraid of cars. So I was able to come to that conclusion. You know, I mean, by not being a psychologist, but working with the mental health aspect here in this country, the substance abuse and mental health folks, you know, I came to that conclusion. You know, I don't want to just share out the experience that people are not afraid of cars in Liberia. It's not true. You know,
they're internally preoccupied. You know, and can I say something really quick, President Slab? We had individuals kind of jump on our, you know, on our cars when we were in Liberia several times. Just not really attending to, just kind of jumped on there, whether it was for money or whatever it may have been. But I think it speaks to our lack of not just awareness, but action. There has been nothing really put in. There's been things put down on paper, but in terms of practically taking that thing from paper to practically putting it in place, that hasn't been done. And and it shows in exactly what you just talked about.
My question here is that Yeah, it's good to encourage individuals to go in the business of psychology and counseling in open practices right home. I mean, from your professional standpoint, what recommendation can you give the GOL to see what can they do for their people? 50%, I mean, that's a lot. Sooner or later, those who are quote unquote sane will be old. Then what happened to our country? Now, they don't want dual citizenship. The sound-minded people are here want to go back and but that's a whole different topic. What can the government of Liberia do in terms of helping those people?
I think instead of mental health being like item number 529 on their initiative or list, I'm just making up a number, but that prioritizing it a little bit more, kind of making sure that think about all the funding that we've had internationally, making sure that we give mental health a piece of that pie because it's so warranted. If we're just investing it on whatever random stuff, we're certainly not investing in our education because it's clear. And I'm not exactly sure where all of our money's going. Maybe some infrastructure, but I think that we have to prioritize it when we're allocating funds and make sure that it's an area that's addressed. One of the things that we could do, which is a model that we're doing here in the States, is just kind of integrated primary care. So really integrating mental health into the doctor's office. So it's not so, it's that thing you go to see over there, all the way over there that no one wants to go. Everyone goes to the doctor. Why not have a counselor at the doctor's? And why not have someone who's trained in that particular field to talk to someone? Maybe they just heard a horrible diagnosis. Oh, you have, I don't know, stage 4 cancer. Wouldn't it be nice to have someone there that could actually process that with them and talk to them about that particular thing? So if we're not even at a place where we have a separate mental health system, I actually think this model will be most effective in terms of cutting down the stigma around mental health is by just integrating it into our primary care facilities and hospitals.
Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. Well, before we go to our next question, can we just make this little announcement? Well, Bush Chicken is carrying this thing live, so if you have family members who want to watch this program or what's going on, just text them to Bush Chicken. Additionally, lunch is on its way here, on the way here. So we'll have working lunch that we'll be eating while we're talking. I want to say that. So thank you. Okay, the next, okay, then we'll go this way. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just drinking and everything like that. No, first of all, let me just say that I forgot during the introduction to mention that I am First Secretary for Political Affairs at the embassy, Mr. Nippy. I will mention to us. So I'm sorry for that. I like to talk to people who are on top of their game. I think you're one of those. So I'm very happy. First of all, we will continue to say thank you to Dr. Gay and the organizer of this particular conference. We admire your leadership. Thank you for your leadership. Your statistic is just a little bit alarming for me. Like 40% ESDD in Liberia, and we have something like 3 million. That means about 1 million people. How you refer to it? They're crazy in Liberia. 1 million people. They're crazy in Liberia. You talk about rape and things like that. The ratio and everything. They're alarming. Very alarming to me. I'd like to find out, did you do an empirical study while you were in Liberia? And if you did, how long?
I actually looked at various epidemiological studies done by various NGOs in Liberia. So let me give you the sources here. Some of this you can easily find on the World Health Organization website, specifically as it relates to Liberia as well. It's all there. And the other place that this was from is, the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare in Liberia had a number of, I guess, essential packages, and they gave their statistics based on county epidemiological studies, and that's where this is from. So the statistics here that I'm referring to was actually part of their 2011 essentials package of health services. So those two places are where you can find your numbers.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, we'll take two more questions because we had to go. So let's try to play it this way. We'll come back this way. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. This gentleman, yeah, you have your hand up first.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. J. Thank you, panelists. I really enjoy your analysis. Where Jada was a little bit more professional. I wish how our people would understand this in case of corruption. Because in Liberia, we're taking it the layman way. If I want to get job, you say, oh, if you not help yourself now, you not help yourself no more. You know, so our perception of how we view national issue on the layman level, we have to take it from that level. Because our people, we all, like other countries were colonized and were brought up, we were not like that. People came from here and went and took over Liberia and brought in their own rules. And it was like they were on their farm and they stay there for some time, they come visit here and go back. So this notion got into us that, oh yeah, when you are on top there, everything in the nation is for you. You can control it. So our people have not seen corruption in that light as you have analyzed it. To them, if I'm minister, I have the right to steal money and then go in the village and buy whatever I can buy and maybe the power and use it in and go back. That's what I see. People in leadership do. And this is the perception have gone on. People go there, they don't even care for their reputation. They take as much as money they want to take and they go impunity. They bring it back to when the money finish, they go back on another administration, maybe they'll be lucky again and the cycle continue. So from which perspective can we address the mindset of our people in a layman sense, taking away this technical analysis you give? They will not understand it. Okay? Because our people have to have some civic education. What government is about, who government is for, who the resources that is gathered from, so whatever is for. We in this diaspora.
Yeah, just a second. Just to help them at least understand so they can assume what you're saying. Are you asking them for the perspective they're coming from?
Yes.
To address
my
to make that simple, to not make it simpler too for them,
okay,
for all of us here.
Okay.
Are you saying that what's the best way to communicate this data?
I laid a premise to go further. I think they're shaking their heads.
Oh no! I'm just for the rest of not just.
Yeah. I laid a premise. So just as the brother said.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm
saying. If you have 2-3 questions.
Yeah. So what I'm saying. So what I'm saying. In a layman sense, from where I come from, you understand? How do you think we can get our people in line to understanding that
corruption is bad?
Corruption is bad, and this is corruption.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, that's very good. All right, thank you so much, brother. Small. Thank you. So what you were saying is that what you have seen, right, as a Liberian, is that it's acceptable or it's okay for people in government to steal, and it's applauded in certain cycles of our society. Now let me see your show.
Yeah, just to the point. Hold on.
Because that's what I understood. Okay. So let me see your show of hands, right? For all of the Liberians in this room, before I answer that question, let me see who thinks that it is right for a government official to take what is not to take public funds and use it for their own personal interest or personal needs. May I see? Okay. Exactly. So let me say this. Let me grow small. I grew up in West Point. To be honest with you, let me say this. I was born and raised in Monrovia, Central Monrovia. I didn't know Lofa County and the Domino was small. But even though number days, we grew up, I'm not going to say the decades people know my age or estimate. But We went to school regularly. You know, my father used to hang a flag in his courtroom. He was a tribal chief. Every weekend, on a Saturday morning, my mother would make sure, collect all of us, we are many. Say, okay, you guys gonna go to Downsville or go to Conway. We'll go and tilt the soil to plant okra, to plant vegetables, and other vegetables. They instill in us the discipline of hard work and to earn an honest living. And I'm sure each of us here will want to instill the same discipline in their children and generations to come. This is what I have known. I was still a young man when they had the coup d'etat in 1980. I remember with all the big speeches. I remember the Iron Lady in 1985. They came to Washington to my father's house to campaign. I used to admire her. When I saw her, I saw my mother, a woman who aspired to lead and to bring change. I would say there's no Liberian family that would think that it is right to steal what is not yours. It's stealing. I mean, in our customary laws, in our tradition, in our towns and villages, they have rules, they have regulations. You cannot go in someone's garden or in someone's plantation and go cut a banana, a red banana that's not yours. For those who grew up in villages and towns, is that okay? No, that's not acceptable. I think Liberia as a society has values. And somewhere along the way, people got greedy. And people wanted to take a shortcut to riches. We have to go back as Liberians, where our traditions are. How do we instill in our children and our children's children the value of hard work and honesty and integrity? Let's look at our education system. Let's look at our textbooks that are archaic and outdated. What subjects are we teaching our children? What civic education are we giving them? It doesn't happen overnight. But I can tell you, there must be a Liberian out there that is honest. And I believe in that. And I have the hope. We must break that cycle. It is our responsibility. We can say because everyone has done this in the past, that it's okay, so we can continue to do the same. And then for government, people who do those kind of things, they steal money in the run, we should go after them. We have bilateral agreement with the United States, with other nations around the world. We can trace this money. He's a financial person. We can trace this bank account. Sonny Abacha of Nigeria, when he died, $800 million, or maybe 800 billion, I'm not even sure. I don't have the statistics yet, but I remember they recovered our money and sent it back to Nigeria. If we begin to take those concrete steps, we educate our people, we go back to what the tradition teaches us. We educate our children. We go back in our villages and towns and reinstill in our people because they know it. The ordinary Liberian is the honest, hardworking person. But most of the time, it's the people who are put in government positions beside the people who abuse the authority that's given to them. And we haven't put that cycle.
Thank you. Thank you. Then no, say one more or two. There you go.
Well, I just want to thank the convener of this conference. This was said that is an all Liberian conference. And then I will say, if it is an all Liberian conference, we should not be only saying GOL. It should not be the premise of our discussion, should not be centered around GOL. Because we are all in this room, part and parcel of the very GOL. That's why we are assembled here. All Liberian Conference. The conference should not be about GOL, it should be about how, what can we do, what can we identify that to a larger measure will trickle down to the children sitting at that table.
the children of those ages in life. Because government is like rain. It falls this moment, and the next moment you come and see sunshine. John is there today, and Peter comes in tomorrow. But the land is dead. Growth is commensurate with development. So I'd like to encourage the analysts and all of us in this room not to say what the government can do, because we are part and parcel of the government. If the government passes, we have failed. It's like a school. Can you give me? Give me a chance, please. The thought is in transition. Let me end. We are all part of the we are all part of the one question will be, how can we help Liberia and Liberians? And don't let it be hinged on a government. On a government. What can we do would be my question. And how can we do those things? From the beautiful presentations you have made, how do you translate this information to government so that it takes effect? That will be the question.
Just to make sure.
The two questions for the two planners.
First, but it appears that we are attacking the foundation pretty much of the conference that pretty much they may not have control over. Because I think they were asked to discuss certain aspect of it. And when it comes to what can we do, I think there's another panel that we have to make a nation nation building is other institution. Yes, institution and nation building. So I mean, just to clarify, but however, we will still like your panel. I mean, the panel.
Let me just clarify what I'm saying.
Okay, perhaps.
Mr. Moderator, yeah. We talk about corruption.
What?
Corruption, for instance. The panelists mentioned about NPA and ACE. We don't have the information. It's been, for me, I would say, allegedly 800,000, 800 million, whatever the figure is. That's corruption. So how can we, you are a banker. There are policies in place, but you cannot just bring a blank check and put it in the system and be Mr. Nippe's money, right? So what can the panelists identify?
Okay.
As the how and the what.
Okay. Thank you. You may now go, sir. And,
So, first of all, Mr. Nippe, soccer player, football player. I would like to thank you again for bringing this issue again to the core for discussion, because in my previous expose, I have tried to lay out the challenges that we have faced as a country and as a people, going as far as our historical context since our founding. Then I spoke of the need for education, right? That's one of the how. We need to look at our educational system that is already in a mess. What lessons are we teaching our children? How are our children being taught? Today in Liberia, Mr. Nippe, I used to sit and I would sit and say, I have a job for accounting, and put out an advert in news ads, in newspapers, and I will see application. I will read cover letters and resumes with errors, poorly rated, high school graduates, college graduates with BAs, BScs. So you have a system that is failing the people. You have a system that's basically giving false promise. You graduate someone from high school, they cannot write a cover letter. You graduate someone from college, you give them a job, they cannot perform. It's a system based on false premise. And this has gone on for generations. And I'm not trying to, to say that I'm better than my fellow Liberians. I'm saying that this is one of the issues and the challenges that we are faced with. That's why we have to get our education system back in order. Then I spoke of streamlining government, right? And I want you to look at that again. We have to streamline our government systems. It has to be done. 167 years, we are still processing vouchers using hands. 167 years. Streamline government. Okay? Come on, we are in the technology age. How long it would take you to get some people from here to go and computerize our whole government system? It would take you less than $5 million. That would eliminate waste completely, because no one will be handling money. One-stop shops. You go to finance, you don't have to give your paper to someone to go wrong with it. You go to foreign affairs, you don't have to give your passport application to runners to go from office to office to get you signatures. I was sitting there when Gafuan came. He said, "Uncle, what are you doing here? Why you didn't come to me?" I said, "No, Mr. Minister, I'm not here for a diplomatic passport. I'm an ordinary Liberian. I'm here for ordinary passport." Sorry. Say, you are one of a few who would do this. It took me all day, just sitting, going through the process. And the records are there. If you put a one-stop shop in each of those agencies of government where people are not handling papers, when I put a paper here, it comes out the other way around. And all I have to do, you who receive my form to process, you're not going to see me again. I'm just going to go to the other side and receive it, and I'm out. Those can help us change government and improve the system. And I can go on, right? I talk about our civic education, our traditional systems. So I can give you the how. The knowledge is there, the expertise is there. And you cannot tell me that you cannot find another Liberian. I will put my hand on the chat before.
Thank you very much.
As someone like to say, you can find an honest Liberian, and you can find honest people. It still exists.
Thank you very much. What we will do, this is going to be part of our general discussion. So it's good. And again, it starts, it be clearly stated, this is not a shot at any regime.
No.
This is a shot at ourselves. The system is structure, is society, and it starts from us. Because as the brother intimated, some of us might have left as refugee, and tomorrow we got a government job to do the same thing. So it's a structure, the system has been placed. So thank you, panelists, for a wonderful presentation. Let us give them a well, let's do stretch yourself a little bit. We've got the food on its way. We decided not to eat our American food. Instead, we're going to eat our Liberian style lunch, brunch, and breakfast all in one. So it's on its way. It's coming from Maryland, from Baltimore, the traffic. So please bear with us. All right. Just give you a chance to mingle with your friends. You can have a break.
Yes, sir.
If son comes, they will be there. You cannot leave and jump on the
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Responsibility for all of us here. And that will make people like the otherwise, you better lay it out.
That's the big. That's the big. You cannot.
Where do we?
Folks, while we are still waiting for our lunch, we have a tight schedule with the use of the facility. So in the next 2 minutes, we will begin the next group. And as I said, once lunch time it will be working lunch. So we'll be eating and talking. So just want to keep you got 2 minutes to get ready.
Samsung. No. I mean, it can fit one or it has the both. Yeah, you can take that. You charge already? Yeah, you can just sit right there. I was just posting that to Facebook.
All right. Well, let's get ready. I know the little first of all, very good. Let us please take our seats as we prepare for the next discussion. and it will be very, very tight part of time, so keep your meetings 7 or less. And we want to thank Bush Chicken for streamlining our program. This has shown our young people have talent. These are very folks show all of the part of us. Bush Chicken, thank you so much. We appreciate your work.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please look at me. Excuse me right now. Don't please have our seats. We're about to start.
Yeah.
The sports in the back. Excuse me. We're about to start. And our next panel will be looking at rethinking institutions and infrastructures for nation building. And on our panel for that, we have, and I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. We have Dubanyan, Dr. Dubanyan. Welcome to the podium, sir. Next, we have Manfred Makor, if you're here. Yes. Way to feed the meeting. We have Dr. Duba now speaking on healthcare and nation building, and he's from the National Institute of Health. We have Manfred Makor speaking on sports, recreation, and nation building. Next, we have Dr. Joe Barber speaking on education, culture, and nation building. All right. And next we have the Reverend Kenneth G. speaking on the role of diaspora NGOs in nation building in Liberia. Thank you, sir. While we are waiting, Dr. Baba will just go ahead and we will pick up from where he left us. Now we have a panel of some of our finalists that will be doing us justice this afternoon and speaking on rethinking institutions and infrastructure. Based on our time, and we want to, as much as possible, keep up with our schedule. Dr. Baba? Okay. We want to keep up with our schedule. So with time, we will hope that each person on our panel will speak for 10 minutes. And all we want to do during this session is that on what they have presented, that you ask questions on that. As far as further discussion and going into depth on those issues, we have a session where we can do that. So let's just take note of the time and give our panel the opportunity to do us justice. And so we'll start first with Dr. Yang.
Good afternoon, everyone. Members of the Liberian government and embassy staff present here, the leadership of EULA, representatives of the U.S. government present here, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers of this program who have dedicated themselves to gathering Liberians to discuss the state of affairs of the country and
requesting them to provide the way forward. As a way, by way of introduction, again, I'm Christopher Young. I went to medical school in Germany at the University of Berlin. And from clinical there, I was recruited by the National Institute of Health, the NIH here in the United States, where I was trained as a biomedical research scientist in infectious diseases. I went on to the University of Pennsylvania and recently also worked at the Food and Drug Administration. I just want to give a disclaimer that I don't represent any of those institutions here. I represent purely my professional background. The question as to the direction that Liberia needs to take is a very Herculean one. We can make as much suggestions as we can, but this group will not be the only one handling such a problematic, which did not only start recently, but emerge as our nation state emerged. I would like to thank the previous panel participated in by Tamba and William, Dr. Simmons and Aguilas. You laid a very beautiful basis for our presentation and discussions here today. The historical perspective were in place, and the diagnosis of the psychological problem that our people and the country faces was quite on spot. From my professional standpoint, I would say that the entire country is traumatized. So 44% is probably even lower. We are people who are traumatized because the situation that occurred in Liberia did not only affect those who were in the country or who were running about for safety. It also affected those who were outside of the country in the diaspora. When you were here thinking as to whether guns were firing feasible, you were traumatized also. That psychological bearing alone had an impact on you, irrespective of the fact that you were not within the war theater. And so there is quite a lot that needs to be done in order to move Liberia, and not only Liberia, but the surrounding countries forward. Because you can deal with the situation in Liberia, if the situation in Guinea and Sierra Leone, which also went through similar trauma, are not handled, you still have a major regional problem. Looking at that, I was asked to speak on healthcare and the direction that the country needs to take in moving forward with restructuring and garnering the necessary expertise to rehabilitate the healthcare system, not only in Liberia, but in the Mana River Sub-Union, including Guinea, Sierra Leone, and correct me, our diplomats, Cote d'Ivoire as well, which joined the Mana River Union also. And beyond that, in the West African sub-region. And we also have to look at it continentally, but Africa being seen by some international communities as a country is a misstep when situations are approached, not only politically, but now in the healthcare area. The recent Ebola outbreak completely exposed the weaknesses in our healthcare system. we have not had the opportunity since the Talbot regime was deposed to set a good agenda for healthcare construction, let alone reconstruction. During the Talbot era, at the time, though we were kids, but actively involved with various aspects of life and being interested in the sciences and medicine. At the time, we were doing health in school and PE. And at the time, we were still defining matter as anything that has a weight and take up space. We were still interested in the question of health in our region. Talbot had a very good program. No matter how much we can criticize our past regimes, one of what I have decided to do most times when I engage in discussion is to take away the best of those regimes. If you take what Tubman did, opening the doors of Liberia to investment to the outside world, that was good. Not putting a gatekeeper to the door was bad. And so you take that good, opening the doors, but making sure in the next steps you put a gatekeeper. And I think these are the kind of corrective steps that we intend to take as we see our situations declining in Africa. Talbot had a very good program where students graduating from the University of Liberia College of Science and Technology or the Continental University College Department of Science wanting to go to medical school will be given a full scholarship. They were fed 3 times a day, books provided, dormitory well secured, well located on the nice sandy beaches of the Atlantic Ocean, where they could go and study, relaxed, and think about the health of the nation. That program was one of the most successful programs. Liberia trained more doctors in Africa than any other country you can think about. It was not only Liberians being trained, Liberia also trained Nigerians. Our doors were open to the liberation struggle at the time. Liberia trained Zimbabweans, Liberia trained South African doctors, and Angolan doctors. Dr. V, anyone may know him or may have heard about him. He was from Angola. And we have several others who we can refer to. A.M. Douglas was one of the creams of medical education, not only in Liberia or West Africa, but in all of Africa. That was a pride of West Africa as a whole. When the Dole regime came in, things were destabilized. And he shifted to agriculture. Students of agriculture were given almost similar privileges, but health was then a little bit neglected. The crisis that Liberia and West Africa have encountered has helped to weaken the healthcare system in that region. Liberia particularly went through 14-year-plus civil war. At the time, there was chaos. JFK was completely dilapidated. Catholic Hospital was probably the only hospital around. Redemption was also damaged. And the healthcare institutions all around the country had problems. Infectious diseases took over. In the midst of all of these crises, there was a flight of the amount of doctors that Liberia had into foreign countries. This helped to weaken the fundamentals of the healthcare system in the country, among other factors. At the heat of the Ebola crisis, none of the countries in the sub-region could respond because Guinea itself went through civil crisis. Sierra Leone went through similar civil crisis for a very long time. As a result, the Ebola virus took over, making that as an example. There are many other diseases in the region, malaria being one of the commonest. Typhoid is being diagnosed. But Ebola was the disease that really brought to the attention of the world the weaknesses in the healthcare system in Liberia and in the sub-region. As a result of which the spread, we may count many other factors. The refusal of citizens to agree that the virus really existed and there was this disease spreading. The mysticism surrounding the disease, just as our learned psychologist said, that people did not believe, they thought it was witchcraft. Or others thought it was just government pranking just to get some, foreign money to, fill their pockets. One of the most disastrous aspects was government officials also who were learned medical doctors or who had little information refusing to indicate that Ebola was really a disease, for which in the Senate, one of the senators, name being withheld, indicated that that Ebola situation, there's no Ebola in this country. This government, the president and the other people just want to come and eat money. And that was a very reckless statement. But putting that aside, we had regional and international response. Our educational system did not provide the means then, during the course of the past crisis, to train more medical doctors. Whether the reconstruction of the new government that came in did not focus on those, it's not a question for me to answer. That, I think, is a topical discussion that this group will have. Whether health was not given enough priority, but other things were given other priorities, those are questions for this group to discuss. I will only raise those topical questions. We talk about the lack of infrastructures. Infrastructure being viewed simply as maybe a building standing up. You can have the most beautiful building. If there's not a manpower to facilitate its function, it remains empty and only remains an edifice and a statue. And so we lack trained medical professionals. The few that we ever had in the country did not have the atmosphere to continuously train other people. We cannot be this only star in the sky. We admire the sky at night because of the constellation, because there are many stars, and that's what makes the sky beautiful. And that imposes upon other professionals the need to train other people so that there is a generational transition. We look around here today just to sway a little. We look at Honorable Christopher Nippy, well-respected soccer icon. Baba Gay, my hat's off to you. Well-respected soccer icon. Today, he's proud that a son of his holds a PhD and is leading a program, and he sits at the back, comfortably just watching. That is a pride that I think any leadership in any country should begin to think about, to have. That what do I leave behind? When we talk about legacy, this is the question. So what health legacy will these three successive administrations would have left behind, looking at the current one? We also have a situation of being dependent, our healthcare system and other institutions being dependent on NGOs. our countries cannot be subjected to just this NGO benevolence. When you look at our population, we always say 3.5 now, 4 million, let's put it at that. And you look at the resources we have. If properly managed, if properly prioritized, can build us a very effective functioning nation state than you could have ever imagined. The oil rush now is one glorious opportunity that we could ever use. How are we managing it? You look at Dubai, came from a fishing village. In less than 20 years, it is one of the most prosperous Middle Eastern countries. All of that came from oil. So we have resources that need to be channeled properly. I would like to provide just a few suggestions before giving the time. There's a need for us to concentrate on establishing a center for disease control for Liberia. I have proposed this during my presentation to Congress. And effort where it's been re-emphasized. The question is, it has been taken, and there's the African Center for Disease Control now being established. But that is the AU taking care of that. The AU is a colossal institution. The AU had problem even mobilizing doctors to send to Liberia and the West African sub-region. The AU has problem even politically as it is organized, manning its own individual member states. The AU cannot be that institution that will handle a disease control on a continental level. We're not there. Disease control should be established by countries and by regions. That's a proposal. We should focus on science and tech, education in the direction of science and technology. That alone will build our infrastructure. We have to remain very hardworking, honest, and transparent as we carry on these functions. Because just as the world's attention is being given to Liberia and the sub-region, finances have been put in, it is hoped that the actual results of the implementations are achieved. I will wait for questions because of time limitation. Thank you.
And we just move on and move on to the next panelist.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And I want to thank the chairman for this All Liberian Diaspora Conference, the president of our union here in the United States, Mr. Bill Sled, the honorable secretary, Mr. Fire Human, a good man that I know for a long time, who has also been a great leader in our community. Members and representatives of the Liberian government, the embassy, and of our foreign affairs ministry. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. By way of introduction, I am the president and CEO of Chicago Global Health Alliance. I am by profession a pastor and a minister. I also have a degree, my second degree is in social entrepreneurship and management, executive leadership. I was in Liberia about 2 years ago, right after the Ebola. After the Ebola thing came up, I recognized that I was probably in the country when the first ones were there. I was speaking to one of my wise sage uncles, and I began to complain about the government. He said, "My man, shut up, man, you monitor the government, you're not doing nothing." And he was right. We Liberians, now is our time, and we have to get practical. So but if we'll go to the next slide real quick, I want you to just, in fact, look, just leave it right there. I think I'll do this at the end. Once upon a time, there were two men living in a small town. Once upon a time, can everybody say time? Once upon a time, there were two men living in a small village. And their town is in a region that was fertile. It was a fertile soil. There was several seasons. However, there were several seasons in a row when the harvest was poor. Others from out of their town heard about their plight and came to their aid. One foreigner in particular brought 2 bags of healthy bags of potatoes. He gave 1 bag to one, and to the other he gave 1. Both men were excited and happy about their healthy bags of potatoes. The one man, upon receiving his bags of potatoes, began to imagine all the things he could do with his potatoes. Potato stew, potato and gravy, roasted potato, mashed potato and gravy, all the things began to go through his head. At last, I will get a good warm meal, he said, something I've never had for a long time. A few days he lived on all kinds of potato recipes. He was a happy man for a moment, and he looked healthy. But soon the potatoes ran out. The other man had the same issue, thinking through all the good meals and recipe combinations he could make out of potatoes, mashed potatoes, potato and gravy. But he had another thought. He thought to himself, for the next few days, I can enjoy these potatoes, but in this region of fertile soil in which we live, I will plant my potatoes and be patient until they harvest. Then, when the harvest comes, I'll take a certain potato, I'll take a portion of the potato and plant them, and then I will then enjoy the fruit of my labor from the harvest of the potatoes. I would have multiplied the potatoes that this man gave me. Of these 2 men, who do you think is wise? While the one man was enjoying his harvest, the other was ready to seek another outside help. His potatoes ran out, and pretty soon he's looking for aid again from the outside. Remind me of a story of 2 young brothers who were ready to go to high school from a little village. They called their uncle in America. He sent them a lot of money. The one brother went right away and paid his school tuition for the whole year. The other brother, he looked at the money and he said, if I have all this money, why do I need to go to school? I may well just go on now and enjoy. He did. He went and spent his money, he enjoyed, but soon he ran out, and later on he was on the phone again calling his uncle. The other went to school, he got his education and became independent. Ladies and gentlemen, Liberia is not leveraging the goodwill of international help. And this brings me to the subject of leveraging and dependence. The New Webster World Dictionary defines leveraging as a means of accomplishing something or a purpose through the use of borrowed or given funds. It is the ability to convert one small thing to something bigger. People who leverage one thing to get something bigger are multipliers of things. They are like the good and faithful servant Jesus referred to in his parable of the talent. Dependence happens when people fail to adequately leverage the goodwill of outside help. Sustainability can happen when we develop the various sectors of our society with high quality. For instance, my brother just spoke about good health. If we can develop the healthcare industry in such a way that those in the country who can afford their own care can receive care locally, the healthcare sector will then be able to attract the capital that would otherwise escape the national economy. However, there is lack of confidence in the system. This is true of all of the sectors of our nation of well over 160 years. Liberians are the solution to Liberia's problem. We are the generation. We are the generation of Liberia to bring about change. The President Barack Obama once said, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. I remember growing up and hearing the word statesman, respected statesmen with integrity that seek the very best for their nation. Men and women without duality of spirit, speaking one thing and then doing something totally different with their actions. These are the people that inspire a sense of nationalism for part of the generations to come and goodwill in the country. Terry Tempest Williams once spoke, "The eyes of the future are looking back at us, and they are praying for us to see beyond our own time. They are kneeling with hands clasped, that we might act with restraint, that we might leave room for the life that is destined to come." What do you think of the generation of Liberians that have gone before us? Did you think the levels a good inheritance? Will you say the generation of Liberians that have gone before levels a good inheritance? Well, however you answer that question, the question today is not what the generation left for us. The question is, will the generation coming after us, say 50 years from now, or 100 years from now, what kind of nation will we hand down to them? What kind of nation will we hand down to them? Will it be an independent, strong, with a nation with various developed sectors? So before you judge the generations and other people, let us not look too far. Let us not look at the speck in other people's eyes and forget the point in our own eyes. Our task is to leverage what is given to us today to produce greater results, like the man who planted the potatoes in order to yield more harvest, to feed his family, and yet be sustained for a longer term. I want to tell you, I was at the University of Liberia a few years back, and I shared with some university students what I call the village economy. In the village economy, there was a man who had some potatoes. Someone came and spent $5 and bought some potatoes from him. He went and took some of that $5 and bought some bananas. The man he bought the bananas from, the man also went and bought some cassava. You see what is happening in this economy? The money is staying within the village. But after the man who received the funds for the cassava went out and bought kerosene, guess where did the money go? The money escaped the village. We are a nation that does not have a tracking system of our economy, of the monies that come into the country. A few years ago, I did a research with Western Union and MoneyGram, and there are millions of dollars that go into that country every year from diaspora Liberians. Go into that country and you will see, you can only ask yourself the question, where is this money spent? The reason is because there is an imbalance of trade in our country. The monies that come there, they escape because we don't have anything to export. We are only importing, and once we buy those foreign goods all the time, that money escapes our economy and it goes right back to where it came from. Ghanaians, Nigerians, Lebanese, Indians are harvesting off of our land. Liberians are the solution to Liberia's problem. We are the ones that can create a culture of accountability, monitoring, enforcement of laws, and a system of verifications. Liberians are the ones that can go to the negotiating table with national interest in mind, and not so much what I will gain as a person, but how does this negotiating, after I leave this table today, how does it profit my nation and accrues to the broader portion of the population? We are the ones that can create an environment that is conducive for the flourishing of fellow Liberians. An environment that is conducive for the flourishing of our citizens. All the Liberians can do that, and we are the generations. And we are the generation. As I said earlier, I have become very practical. Where is my PowerPoint guy? Can someone just move the slide? So I want to show you, as I speak right now, yes, stop right there for a moment. As I speak right now, I have this truckload of medical equipment heading to Liberia. It's on sea. I'm not saying we will send it. It's going to Liberia right now, to JFK, to Phoebe, and to Ganda Methodist. If you go to the next slide, these are the equipment that is in the warehouse. This is our first batch of medical equipment that are going to the country. Because in 2013, I took with me some doctors, and they did surgeries, they did a lot of volunteer medical work. One story that really hurt me was this man who came to Phoebe. This man had this illness that needed surgery. Nobody could do it. He's been waiting for years. Finally, there's volunteer doctors who are skilled. University of Chicago, graduate medical doctors that work at Northwestern in Chicago. They are able to do this. This is easy. This man went through the screening. He got blood transfusion from a relative. Time comes for the surgery. The equipment is not there. The doctor, being a professional, he said, "This is my first visit. I am not willing to do surgery because I'll be going in a few weeks. I'm not willing to do a surgery that may either kill this guy or hurt him any longer." After we left that day, we said that we are going to equip these medical centers with modern medical equipment so that when our doctors come here, they will be able to do the work. So this is one of the first batch of equipment that are going.
Thank you.
There will be a second batch that is going before we take our medical experts that are going to go with us. Our work is we are involved in long-term sustainable work in the country that will really have a lasting impact on our health center. It is great to come to these meetings and to go to Liberia and condemn our governments and speak against them. But ladies and gentlemen, this is our generation and this is our time. We need to be engaged. We need to get involved so that our people can be reached. We can be eating our potatoes as soon as we get them. Instead, let us plant it so that they can harvest more for the generations to come. Thank you.
Keep rolling.
All right, my name is Manfred McCord. I've been, first of all, I would like to say, thank God that we're over here for this opportunity, and thank you guys for being around. Also, secondly, on behalf of all panelists, I would like to thank the organizers for putting this event together. Finally, everybody for taking time out of the hectic schedule to get over here, because we all get kind of busy. I've been selected to talk about sports and recreation. I feel kind of sitting next to these guys that just already talk about health and economic stuff. It's like, I'm going to talk about play or fun or whatever. But I can say in Liberia, all work, no play. Jack or ball, right? So somehow I've got to balance it out. Okay. So we're going to balance it out. So I'm going to go more like a PowerPoint presentation kind of style, and from there, to input questions. One of the things I'm just going to talk about is sports, okay, sports and recreation. I'm going to focus more on, especially our love, tabella, okay, football, as we call it. And it's so fitting that we have legends in our audience, Mr. Gay, Mr. Nipic. There is a fitting opportunity. But we all know that tabella is very important to our community. What I'm going to talk about is hopefully will help kind of set up a blueprint that can be transferred to other athletic or other sports and stuff. But first of all, I have to start somewhere. Always have to start somewhere. And I think sports, especially tabella, is a great opportunity to reach the masses, also impact our generation just socially. Okay, and because it's also the only revenue generating sport we have in the country. I mean, every other sport is not revenue generating. So we have to look a way to connect those two mediums. Now, recreationally, there's nothing, there can be parks or whatever, but we still have to start what we have with soccer. I mean, that's what we know. And if things can be set up in soccer, from there we can move on to other sports. So one of the things that one of our panelists said earlier was talk about leadership. My take on thing is if there's no vision, that leadership is really not it's not gonna be any helpful. There can be leaders, but you have leaders with vision, and vision is trying to see what's going to happen down the road. One of the things I'll talk about is I would just like to talk about proposing or suggesting an Olympic development program. I sent a proposal to LFA and Ministry of Sports about, I would say probably about 6 years ago, before I went to Liberia in 2009. But no feedback, no thread or whatever. I went back there in 2013, proposal and feedback, but no traction. But like I say, is Liberia, so you just have to keep working. You can give up. Cool. I think the benefits of having a sports program, especially in ODP, it impacts the future of our generations behind us. All right, we need to cling onto something to celebrate, to cheer upon. Okay. Right now, there's nothing in sports arena to cheer about in Liberia. I mean, you can walk around Liberia and be proud to say, Lone Star or this athlete or whatever is represented Liberia proudly. We don't have that connection, and we need those little things we're doing. We had Georgia Bonwea. We had. That's the key word. It had. That is new. There is nothing being put in place. Who's going to lead in my next in terms of institutions and infrastructures? I want to take away the physical aspect of that and look at the policies part of it, where things are put in place that can be follow up in terms of generationally is in place. Because when we look at institutions and infrastructure, we look at it as a physical aspect, like the esteemed colleague said, buildings, this and that. But what is within the buildings? What are the frameworks in terms of the policies that are going to be left behind in terms of legacy that is not coming? That even if there is some kind of a disruption in terms of it's not going to actually affect the entire program or system. Okay. So I propose Olympic development program where we can use scouting and recruiting, but first out in the U.S. Okay, I mean it's a program, it's a blueprint. So if we work, if it's successful, we move it around to other parts of the diaspora. Okay, but we have to start from somewhere. Okay, and one of the things that I'll talk about is we always try to talk about Lone Star. I mean, I'll tell you right now, my goal, my philosophy is disband the current national team. It's be unpopular, but we got to stop them somewhere because it's just putting a band-aid on the situation. We get celebrated for one game, we win one game, and then next game we're back in the doldrums again. I got to beat. So start disbanding. To an example, Ghana did that. Ghana did it in 2002 when they did not qualify for the World Cup, like Liberia, who kicked us out of the World Cup. What did Ghana do? They disbanded the national team and started developing for an Olympic program. And to this day, some of us walk around with Michael Essien jerseys and stuff around. Those were guys who were in the development program that now are people in place to be playing top leagues. But we have to have some foundation in place. Okay, so Olympic development program will pretty much serve up from where we can have people recruiting people, scouting, and also it's in collaboration with both the LFA and the Ministry of Sports. Those two agencies have to work together. They cannot be butting heads. They have to work together. So with that, with that being said, you can have training sessions. I mean, you have in the U.S. I personally, my background started me is kind of funny because it gets my date me a little bit also. But prior to the war, they had a U16, U17 league, a tournament that was played by, and I was sponsored by the German embassy and Coca-Cola company. My buddy Artemis and I played in that tournament. We played in that league, and some of the national team players that played, like Christopher Weir, Anthony Ball, those guys who all played together in the tournament. They made the national team. But the fact there is, we didn't have anything in place to follow up those, to keep things going. We had a decent team in 2002 that kind of almost got to the hurdle. We made the World Cup, but there was nothing in place afterwards that even if we didn't make it, that it would be able to still keep the program going. But that program that was sponsored had it had a pretty good idea of where we need to go in terms of building for the future. We can't always sit back and say, oh, we need to win the next game. Win the next game is like, we need to have SMART goals. specific. Yeah. When I say smart, I'm not saying I'm going to get me specific, measurable, achievable, time bound. We have a time limit on those things. Okay, simple thing. Propose. Right? I got a project 2022. Okay, so I'm gonna go pretty time wise, so I'm going pretty quick here. And you guys can look at the PowerPoint presentation I give you guys. I had this reviewed earlier. But one of the things I talk about is 2022. Okay, SMART goal. Specific, measurable, attainable, and it's also realistic. Okay, we always realistic. Now, 2022 is about 7 years or so from now. Let's try to set up time. So this is the goal. It's reachable. Okay, but what we're going to do now to set things in place. So gradual process. To start off, let's have a simple first develop our youth programs. Expand the national team. Start over on the senior national team. Start over people for under 20 kids. If you train out people under 20 kids for about 5 years, minimum 5 years, they can be about 25 years old. They should be in the prime. They should be pretty much, yes, they might take the beatings when they're young, but the fact there is, no pain, no gain. We have to have some kind of limit where it's okay, we're going to start from somewhere. So, Project 2022, as I call it, 2017, let's just try to qualify for the African combination. Just that minimum. Let's just try to reach that. Just get into the tournament. The following year, 2 years later, let's try to be in it and try to advance to the next round. Is reachable. Those goals. If the team is still on the 20 team is young, you still have probably qualifying for the Olympics. We're not going to go to 2016 Olympics. That's not happening. Okay. And so, but let's look for 2020 Olympics. But we'll have a time specific timing. So all of this, like we have to have these goals set that where, because as our esteemed colleague said, you have all these issues that goes on. We'll also need somewhere to relieve some of this stress. And we know that sports and recreation is a great avenue to release some of those mental health situations we talk about today. So everybody needs to let us stay. No problem letting us go sit to a football game and cheer, borrow, i.e. on the other opposite one another, that's sharing. So, but we need to have more emphasis on our youth development. And our youth development is only the foundation and the framework for what we'll do for the future. And so with that being said, so thank you all for your time and thank you for the opportunity for being over here. I hope that I'll get you to ask more questions.
Thank you, sir. Because of time, we will alter the program a little bit. We have our keynote speaker who represents the U.S. Department of Justice, and she has other engagements. And so we will table our panel just for a few minutes, give her an opportunity to address us, and then we'll come back and continue from where we left off. So thank you so much. And so without further ado, we'll call on Kathy O'Connor from the U.S. Department of Justice to address us.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear her fine?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thanks so much for inviting Christopher and I here to speak about such an important topic. It is impressive that you come out on a weekend day, on a nice day in Washington, D.C. to gather and come together and brainstorm about how you can help your country back home. And we're here to offer some help as well. I'm Kathleen O'Connor. I'm the Deputy Chief of the Human Rights and Special Prosecutions Section. My colleague, Christopher Hayden, is a historian who works very closely with me in our work, and we wanted to share with you our work and offer you some assistance in your very important work. The United States and Liberia share a very special relationship dating back almost 2 centuries. As you all well know, very nice picture, isn't it? I love it. I think we'll leave it up there. As you all well know, in the first decades of the 19th century, former slaves in the United States returned to West Africa to found and build the nation of Liberia. The U.S. is a country of immigrants. It's what makes us smart. It's what makes us strong. It's what makes us innovative and prosperous. And Liberians have made significant contributions to the growth of the United States. In fact, there are 60,000 people here in the United States who come from Liberia. And they live in vibrant cities throughout the United States, including the DC metropolitan area, the New York metropolitan area, Atlanta, Chicago, Philadelphia, and Boston. And we are truly grateful for our strong relationship with Liberia. And we're thankful for you, the diaspora, for the contributions that you have made to our country. And you're making key contributions to your country back home. This conference is a prime example of the dedication that you all show to helping your country. Christopher is going to highlight 2 examples of Liberians who have made significant contributions to the United States.
Yes, thank you again to the conference organizers. Just a couple of quick examples here. You all know this list could be very long. I just found some of these 2 examples. I'll give a historical one and a current one are emblematic of the contributions that Liberians have given to our country. Martin Delaney, he lived in the mid-19th century. He was born in West Virginia in 1812. His maternal grandparents came from Liberia. They were Gola people. He was one of the first 3 Black Americans to attend Harvard University. He became a committed abolitionist and was the first African American field officer in the U.S. Army during the American Civil War. He worked together with famous abolitionist Frederick Douglass to publish the North Star, an influential anti-slavery newspaper in the 19th century. And we have a current example. Some of you may have heard the news this week, earlier this week. The writer of the New York Times journalist, Ellen Cooper, who was born in Monrovia, was awarded the prestigious Pulitzer Prize for journalism with her colleagues for their coverage of the recent Ebola epidemic in Liberia. Cooper used her heritage and intimate knowledge of Liberia to write informed, poignant news articles to the ways in which Liberians struggled with the disease and ultimately joined forces to overcome the disease. Now I'll turn it back to Kathleen.
So a strong diaspora, a well-educated diaspora, a prosperous diaspora is the best hope for Liberia. And your country wants you to succeed, because the more you succeed here in the United States, the more your family and friends back home in Liberia will succeed, and Liberia will grow and prosper. And just like any other community in the United States, it's important to ensure that the members of your community here in the United States are safe and secure. We can help you with that. We are a prosecutorial unit within the Department of Justice. We are a dedicated unit that was created 5 years ago by Congress to show the Department of Justice's commitment to the international effort to end impunity and to make sure that human rights violators are held accountable. And our work directly impacts on the safety and security of your community, both the Liberian community here in the United States and back home. Let me tell you how we can help, and then I'll show you how you can help us. So imagine 30 years ago, a young man with political views that drastically differed from the views of his country was arrested and detained as a political prisoner. And during his detention, the warden of that prison beat him and tortured him. And he witnessed the warden beat, torture, and kill other prisoners. He eventually was released from that prison and left his country. He left behind the government that persecuted him and the warden that tortured him. He eventually became a refugee and sought his way over to the United States. He left behind his persecutors. And when he came to the United States, he educated himself, he got a good job, he had a family, he became a U.S. citizen. It's exactly the kind of person that we want here in the United States. He thought that he had left his past behind him. But in fact, he walked into a cafe one day, and who does he run into? But the man who persecuted him, the warden of that prison. And that man had also come to the United States as a refugee. Of course, he had lied about his past. He had lied about who he was. But he came here. He too got a job, raised a family, became a U.S. citizen. But he is not the kind of person that we want here in the United States. We can prevent this from happening. We can help ensure that your communities here in the United States are safe. And in fact, this is a real case. This happened. Fortunately for us, the young man who had been persecuted back in his home country of Ethiopia came to U.S. law enforcement and told us about what happened. Who would have thought that justice could be served for this victim for conduct that happened so long ago and so far away? But we often can find justice for victims. Not always, but we can many times. So we came to law enforcement. We investigated the case. We discovered the true identity of this person. And we found witnesses, frankly, who were living in the same city, the same community. This man was living in a community of Ethiopians in Denver, Colorado. And witnesses and victims were also in that same community. After a long investigation where we developed evidence and witness testimony and victim testimony, we took this man to trial, and a federal jury in Denver convicted him, and he was sentenced by the judge to 22 years in prison. And most importantly, his U.S. citizenship was taken away from him. So this is how we can help the Liberian diaspora here in the United States. And Christopher will next talk about a case where we brought justice to another U.S. citizen, where the victims live back home in Liberia.
So our office had a very, I think, a very important contribution to accountability, and that was the conviction of Charles Taylor's son, Chucky Taylor. And I'm sure all of you are very familiar with this. As you know, Roy Belfast's adopted name, or Chucky Taylor, was born in the United States, Massachusetts, right, and he grew up in Florida. He reconnected with his father, and he, you know, we talked about, you know, you mentioned mental health issues. This person may have had some, you know, some problems. He just went this road that you all know and terrorized Liberia. He was, after the war, in 2006, he re-entered the United States, where he was stopped, arrested at Miami International Airport, and the Department of Justice prosecuted him for torture. Spending one of the 2 times the torture statute has ever been used in the United States. The trial revealed that he was the head of the anti-terrorist unit from 1999 to 2003, and he was involved in atrocious acts of torture. I know you're eating lunch. I hate to go into these details, but it was burning victims with molten plastic, lit cigarettes, scalding water. There were severe beatings, the victims with firearms, cutting, stabbing victims, and shocking victims with electrical devices. He has been sentenced to 97 years in prison, and he's currently in a federal facility.
So we talked a little bit about how we can help your community thrive here in the United States, but we need your help. So we have a dedicated, passionate group of attorneys, historians, paralegals, and we work very closely with a dedicated team of law enforcement officers. These are people who understand how to make these cases. They're passionate about human rights, and they really work hard to bring justice to victims. But these cases are challenging. They're very difficult. Oftentimes the crime scenes are in a country far away. The crime happened years ago, decades ago oftentimes. The victims may have spread out throughout the world. The witnesses spread out throughout the world. Our subpoena, our US subpoena, doesn't work on a witness who lives in another country. So we really rely on witnesses and victims voluntarily coming forward. But it's so important that people here in the US know that there is a place to go to report human rights violators. There is a place for them to go to tell us their stories. And we encourage victims and witnesses to do that. And your help, here's how you can help. You can help us get the word out about who we are and what we do, and encourage people to come forward and tell us their stories. And that we very well may be able to bring justice to victims. And we're working with partners all over the world. Many countries are establishing exactly the same dedicated units. Units of police and prosecutors dedicated to ensuring that their countries do not become safe havens for human rights violators, and dedicated to bringing justice to victims of persecution. In fact, just this week, I was over in the Netherlands attending a group of from Eurojust countries, the EU countries, and these were prosecutors and investigators from dedicated units who are all working together to bring justice and to ensure that their countries are not safe havens. And when I told them that I was going to be appearing in front of you today, they asked me to please send a message to you that they too have those dedicated units in all of the EU countries and Canada as well. So, and in many of those countries, they actually have investigations ongoing where they're looking at persons who've come to their country from Liberia, and that includes Switzerland, the Netherlands, Norway, and Canada. So get the word out here and wherever Liberian diaspora lives, also in Liberia, that it's important to reach out to those dedicated units in whatever country and tell us their story. And Christopher will talk about an international effort to hold Charles Taylor accountable.
So Of course, many of you know Charles Taylor was tried and convicted in the Special Court of Sierra Leone. And just to note some efforts the U.S. helped in this matter. The U.S. took a leading role in the creation of the Special Court of Sierra Leone, providing a great deal of legal assistance and financing for the court. The American government was the largest funder of this court, and all but one of its chief prosecutors were seasoned American federal prosecutors. There was a key moment in this trial. I don't know if any of you remember that, but the court came close to running out of money. And during the middle of the trial, there was a crisis, and the court was threatened with being shut down. The American government at that key moment contributed roughly $4.5 million so that trial could continue, and it ultimately convicted Charles Taylor, who's serving his 50-year presidency sentence in the UK. So other legal assistance that we're helping out with in very current matters that you may know of. So last year, the Belgian authorities arrested the former NPFL commander, Martina Johnson, for alleged participation in war crimes and crimes of inhumanity, including mutilation and mass killings committed during the first period of the Civil War, including the infamous 1992 attack on Monrovia, Operation Octopus, that left scores of civilians dead. As part of a common practice for the Department of Justice in criminal cases, we coordinate with the Belgian investigators and prosecutors in terms of information sharing and investigative assistance. Okay, and then as recently as last November in Switzerland, in Bern, Switzerland, a former UNIMO, later UNIMO K commander, Aliou Toussaint, was arrested in connection with mass killings in the local county between 1993 and 1994. Again, the Department of Justice anticipates to help the Swiss authorities where and whenever possible in this matter. But it's a case where there is movement internationally for accountability and justice on Liberian men, here in the United States, in Europe, in Canada. So just want to get the word out to you on that.
So join us in our effort. Help us get our message out. Invite us to meet with your communities and tell us your stories. We have a toll-free number and an email address where people can anonymously pass on information about potential human rights violators living in the United States. We have informational materials. I think Christopher has.
Yeah, Jacob, you passed out our brochure. Yeah. Thank you.
That publicize the information, and we have a sign-up sheet. So if you want to receive our emails about the work that we're doing and be current on our work, we invite you to sign up for our emails.
I'll have that afterwards, okay?
And we look forward to continuing to help you prosper, to help you build Liberia, and to seek justice for victims and victims of atrocities here in the United States. Again, thank you very much for your attention, and our pleasure to see you.
And we're willing to take a few questions.
Sure.
Well, thank Catherine and Chris for taking up the time of the business schedule to be with us today. And they have done us a great service by giving us this information, which is much needed. And so we will probably ask that we get a copy of the PowerPoint, and we'll put that up for people that did not attend this conference to have that information ready. And so we have one or two questions for them. We have one from the back. My name is Jeremy Colley. Can you talk, thanks for the presentation. It's fabulous information. Can you talk a little bit about statute of limitation, what type of persecution can you do? Because I would think the duration between when a crime is committed and when some of these people are brought, how does that fit into
Yes, that's a very good question. Are you a lawyer? I thought you should go to law school. You sound like one. But it's really it's a very good question. You know, it's funny because I've been a prosecutor for 22 years. I know I'm sure I don't look that old. Sometimes I feel that old. As a traditional prosecutor, so I spent 15 years prosecuting crimes here in the U.S. Attorney's Office in the District of Columbia. And in a traditional crime, a crime occurs, you look for who committed the crime. In human rights work, oftentimes, we find the person, and then we look at, well, what crime? What statute can we use to go after this person? And it allows us to be rather creative, and we are pretty creative in figuring out how to go after a person. So we have 4 substantive statutes that we use and that are assigned to us in the human rights section. It's torture, war crimes, recruiting child soldiers, and genocide. Many of those statutes have been recently enacted. So, for example, the torture statute was only enacted in 1994. The child soldier statute was only enacted in 2008. So if we find a person here in the United States whose conduct fits the elements of that crime, but that conduct happened before the statute was enacted, we can't use that statute against him or her. So we look at other statutes. What other statutes can we use? And one statute that we use frequently at this point is the immigration fraud. So a person who comes to the United States, like the man who showed up here, Mr. Worker from Ethiopia, he came here and he lied about who he was and he lied about his conduct. And as you know, when you come to the United States, you have to complete many immigration forms. And if you lie about your identity and you lie about your conduct, one of the questions that's always asked on your immigration form is, have you ever committed a crime for which you have not been charged? He lied about that. And so we can go after individuals for immigration fraud, even if our substantive statutes won't hit them. We know that as the years go forward and as conflicts continue in the world, we will be using those statutes, the substantive statutes more. But nonetheless, even using our immigration fraud, and we also charged him with identity theft because he took the identity of another person. We can still, nonetheless, have significant sentences. But it was a really very good question and one that we struggle with all the time.
All right, we'll take one from there.
Well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I was wondering what your internal staffing looks like in terms of actually employing people from the diaspora to come and help you. Because, like I said, you do have that added value of knowing our communities and having access to people who can give tips or leads.
Well, so we are all civil servants, and there's a process within the U.S. government for employing other persons. We can't show favoritism or, there's a process for doing that. But of course, we're always looking for bright people who are passionate about what they're doing. And so, we invite you to apply for positions that are open within the Department of Justice and also specifically within the Human Rights section. One requirement of the Department of Justice is that you must be a U.S. citizen. But once you get your citizenship and you have your law degree, we welcome you to apply. And I would be happy to talk about that with you. So please, I have my card. I'll pass out my card to anyone who wants it. But I would invite you to give me a call or email me, and I'd be happy to sit down and talk to you about the process. Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
My name is Gates. I'm the president for the Liberia in the U.S.
Oh, great.
And it's good listening to you and making this presentation. The question that I have is that let's say Liberian who came here, became citizen, did not lie, and became citizen. going back to Liberia, get employment, and embezzle, corrupt, mismanage fund, and escape and come back here. What is the extradition process?
The extradition process. So, is Liberia seeking his extradition?
Yes.
Is Liberia want to prosecute him?
Yeah, such process, yeah.
Okay, so if Liberia, okay.
There's no extradition treaty between the United States and Liberia.
That's the first thing, you know. So we work closely with other countries. For example, we have many people from the Bosnian conflict who came over, the Balkans conflict, came over and live in the United States. When we work with a country that has the willpower and the capacity to prosecute people in that home country for the conduct that they did, we work closely with that country. Once we see they can do it and they want to do it, we work closely with that country to make sure that the person goes back to that country. So, for example, in the Balkans country, there was a man here living in Syracuse, New York, and the Bosnians wanted him because during the Bosnian War, he had captured enemy soldiers, disarmed them, and they were completely in detention, completely unarmed POWs. He then shot them and killed them. And the Bosnians investigated that case. They wanted him back because that conduct happened in their country. They had witnesses in that country. They had victims in that country. And so we work closely. We could have prosecuted him here in the United States, but we recognized the importance of him being prosecuted in that country. We had in Bosnia, and we had an extradition treaty with Bosnia. So we were able, through our legal process, to send him back, and the Bosnians, in fact, brought him to trial. So when we have an extradition treaty and there's capacity and will, we'll do it. But if we don't have an extradition treaty with Liberia, then it becomes very difficult. However, there's still, if the person is here in the United States, you know, let us take a look, because as I said, we look at the person and we have a lot of tools in our toolbox, and we can pull out the wrench and we can pull out the hammer.
If you have information about that, if there's some open sources, internet sources on this, please write to Deputy Chief O'Connor with links to those sources.
Or you can just call me. You can come in and meet with us.
Yeah,
I'd love to talk to you.
distribute it
And,
as
yeah.
well.
So, you know, it's the kind of thing, we can't promise that we can bring justice, but we'll do our best, and we're very creative, and we just may be able to do it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. My name is Fire Yuma.
Yes.
Quick question. Well, in your presentation, you mentioned something about implementing equality and this U.S. government is a very instrument in prosecuting judges. My question to you is, well, why wasn't Liberia or the crime in Liberia considered as a factor for this is the person who just did it instead of the ones who made it? And a big question to that would be, well, is the U.S. government considering the possibility of conducting a war plan for Liberia and have some ways?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so for the first part of your question, and I've been working in the office for 5 years. So when he was, I try to keep up to date on Liberian matters, right? And so I remember when he was prosecuted, right? There was a cry from Liberians. Why wasn't he prosecuted on his Liberia? Right? So, but you have to, let's just go back to a little bit of time, right? Charles Taylor was also supporting the rebel in conversion in a major fact, as a major factor in Serbia, right? He was taking out blood diamonds, right? providing funds and arms to the Revolutionary United Front before the Sandwich. The Special Court of Sierra Leone, when it was created, wanted to go after the top major perpetrators. Charles Taylor figured among them. And as you recall, during the peace process of 2003, I believe when Charles Taylor was in Ghana, the shock hit, right? They publicly released his indictments. And one of the preconditions of him, you know, I think the U.S. government, can be fair to say, a lot of pressure on the Liberian government to make sure that Charles Taylor turned over to the Special Court of Sierra Leone. So, yes, the charges for crimes against humanity and war crimes were those that occurred in Sierra Leone. But you know, listen, this is I think, if those of you familiar with human rights prosecutions, both here in the United States and internationally, this is a long-term process. Who knows what's going to happen in Liberia in the next 20 years? Charles Taylor's serving 50 years in prison. A great thing, I think we all have to say, during that trial, right, there's a lot of testimony, there was a lot of investigations, and I can tell you that information has been able to help us out for accountability efforts. So I don't think it's see the silver lining in that cloud. Okay.
So the second part of the question, in terms of whether we would set up a court in Liberia, we don't have jurisdiction to do that. Here's what we can do. To the extent that your country, Liberia, seeks assistance from the United States, we have prosecutors who work all the time to help build and reform a criminal justice system. We do it throughout the world. And the reason we do it is because we want strong relationships with your prosecutors and with your judges. And when we work together to help build or reform a criminal justice system, we build those strong relationships. And we're able to share information, best practices. We can do that. We do it in many places throughout the world. In Bosnia, in Central America, in South America, in many places throughout the world. And we're here to help. But we don't just go into a country because we think it needs help. What has to happen is that country has to ask for help. So if you're interested in exploring this, what I would suggest is you go, through your country, government officials in your country seek assistance from the Department of Justice through our U.S. Embassy in Liberia. And that is how the process starts. And then our Department of Justice would get involved and work with your country or Liberia. Your country may very well be my country, but I mean your country back home, Liberia, and work with Liberian officials to bring assistance. And that, to me, sounds like a good plan.
All right, we'll take two last questions. I have one from there and one from this side.
Yes, sir.
I'm Dr. Baba.
Yes, hi.
Chris, I think I spoke with you before.
Yes, we have.
And expressed my grave concern about America's participation in the clandestine release of Charles Taylor from prison, and of course, which consequently led to all of these atrocities that took place in Liberia, and which, of course, unfortunately, he has not been charged for those crimes that were committed against Liberians, but instead against Sierra Leone. And my concern has been, how can America make reparations for the involvement and or the circumstances that occurred
through which Charles Taylor broke maximum prison in Massachusetts and went to Liberia and created all of these things. And still, we see that even with some of the people that have been involved, and have attested to providing funds and everything, to create the war in Liberia, we see that they received red carpet welcome at the White House. They received Nobel Peace Prize, Congressional Medal of Honor, and all of that. And that's a concern. And I hope that maybe sometime you may take that back to the Secretary of Justice or whoever it is. That is, it's still a grave concern. We want to know how you can make reparation for something like that.
Well, we hear your concerns. We cannot, we cannot comment on what happened with how Charles Taylor escaped. We hear your concerns. I've heard that from many of our leaders. We are doing the work that we're doing. We hear those concerns.
We have one from the back, and I was going to find out.
Can I just say one thing? Yeah.
1 minute, please.
So reparations, I don't know how to address that, and we can talk about that later. But justice is important. Justice is equally as important to victims who have been through. So we can seek justice if there are people here in the United States, and there are people who have spread out throughout the world. There's an opportunity to seek justice. I can't speak to what happens within Liberia. That's an internal matter. All we can do is offer our assistance. If there's the will within Liberia to seek accountability, we can assist. But we can't create the will. But we can, and we have jurisdiction over only so much. What we're focused on is people here in the United States.
All right, so we'll take our final question from the back, and we'll start this session.
So thank you very much. I missed a bit of your presentation, but I did talk to
Christopher Hayes.
Christopher, and I did acknowledge the fact that the U.S. have been able to take on trials with George Bodie and Chucky Taylor and Tom Little, so that was a accumulation. But at the same time, to dovetail on Dr. Wapra, I'm a bit concerned about how Liberia looked up to America as an example. And in the state of international law, unfortunately, America is not even signing on to their own statute. And just before you guys came in, we're having a conversation, somebody said something like, oh, all those war crimes allegedly that was committed by George Bush hadn't been dealt with. Do you think Liberia would do the same? And so you have this sentiment, you have this mental model that people in Liberia would try to draw from based on the fact that if America is not able to do this, what do you think Liberia would do? And it goes back to a lot of what Dr. Baba has said again, all those allegedly war criminals in Liberia that get standing ovation when they come here, in terms of providing some kind of support and some kind of assistance that you're talking about. If even the country that we're looking up to doesn't even aspire to be a member of the ICC, then how is it possible to draw from those kind of legal examples to be able to prosecute our people?
So those are very good points, but regardless of whether the United States becomes a member of the Rome Statute. I mean, we signed it, we just never ratified the Rome Statute, right? But the key thing to focus on is, whether or not we look at our own. And you may know that just 2 weeks ago, 4 Blackwater contractors were sentenced for their conduct in Iraq, where they shot and killed Iraqi civilians, unarmed Iraqi civilians. And they were charged with that crime in 2007. It was a very, very difficult case. There was a lot of litigation surrounding that case, which ended in a mistrial, and then we had to rebring the charges. But eventually, 2 weeks ago, in the U.S. District Court here in the District of Columbia, one of those contractors was sentenced to life in prison, and then 3 others sentenced to 30 years. Another example is Stephen Green, who, while serving as a U.S. military member in the U.S. Army over in Iraq, he and his unit focused on a young Iraqi girl. They followed her home, they gang raped her, and they killed her entire family. Generally, that person, because he was serving in the military, would be prosecuted under the Military Code of Justice. But the Army did not discover that he was responsible for that crime until after he was released from the military. So jurisdiction fell to us. And we prosecuted him, and he received life in prison for his crime. He eventually killed himself in prison. But yeah, so we take seriously these types of crime, and we work hard to go after, to investigate, and to prosecute. So, regardless of whether or not, there are lots of reasons why the United States has not signed on to the Rome Statute. And I can't go into those reasons now, but I'm not authorized to speak for the Department of Justice or the U.S. government, for that matter, on these issues. But I can say that we are very serious about these types of crimes. We have our military in places throughout the world. And when we discover that there is conduct that constitutes a war crime or murder, or we take that seriously and we investigate.
All right, I want to thank Catherine and we will have this information, we will publicize all the information we have it out on the website, and so you can pass that information on to others. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very nice to be here. And I have my business cards. So anyone who wants a card, they're in the back of the room, and I'll give it. I'll give it. Yes.
Moderator, thank you. You can just grab one of the cards and you should be ours. You just grab the cards.
Okay. Thank you. We're so committed to helping the country and we want
Let's have our seat, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. Please have your seats. I would like to take this time to give a brief response to the presentation by our dynamic speakers, Mr. Haley and Chief Okoro. While they were speaking, I took notes of 3 points. 1, with respect to the question of why is it people who committed crimes, or people who patronized crimes, people who conceived and planned the war in Liberia, who have confessed in memoirs, come here to receive red carpets. And I used to raise the same question, but I've had the chance to work with Chris and folks at the Justice Department, folks in Europe, to really understand international relations. There is something called the Vienna Accord. Now, this is the one Vienna Accord on diplomatic relations. not a call for Bates government from arresting someone with diplomatic passports, with diplomatic credentials. For that reason, many Liberians that come here, perpetrators that come here with diplomatic passport, as such, the United States government cannot arrest them. Point number one. Number two, it behoves us. This leads to 2017. If veterans, if we elect people in the House of Representatives, in the presidency, who share our view, our vision of accountability in Liberia, we can call on international governments, like the United States government, to help us establish a hybrid international war crime code, a credible one that will hold people accountable for both war crime and economic crime, now and then. So it is not the question why the United States government is not prosecuting people in Liberia, why the United States government allow any Joseph Salih or whoever to come to this country. It is our call to make that happen. The last one is this. I want to add on this. The government of the United States, they've been very good to us. They even give us a place to stay. It is very confusing. I used to share the same view. I was very resentful when I received a call. Why is it the United States government not doing why is that? But understanding the diplomatic, all of the nuances of what happens behind the scene, it is very crucial. So I urge you to take some time to read about the Vienna Accord. I'd like to thank our speaker, and I'd like to thank all of the leaders here for the time to make this event a success. President, I want to thank you and everyone here in this hall. Dr. Bagba, our dynamic scientist, Dr. I know him way back there. We've been in trenches struggling together, you know. So I want to thank you all for the time here, and thank you. Let's see this.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We just want to continue our last session and bring that to closure. So I think we have one person on the panel to complete, and Dr. Bawa, and then we'll take questions from the audience for people on the panel. Can we have one meeting, please? After that, yes. Yeah, I mean, if they have questions for you. Yes, please. So, Dr. Baba? Yeah, thank you.
The time is time for all to be on at 3:30. I'm going to talk for 4 o'clock.
All right, and so we'll listen to Dr. Baba to complete his presentation, and then we'll have question and answer from the audience. Dr. Baba.
Oh, Batio. My specific task as a pedagogue and cultural consultant, as per your invitation, is to engage and sensitize you on the pivotal role of education and culture in nation building. Education and culture are particularly important, especially as we emerge from the ashes and trauma of a protracted civil conflict, which resulted in the deaths of 250,000 Liberian citizens, foreign nationals, and West African peacekeepers, as well as the total collapse and destruction of our national infrastructure for the following reasons. One, education provides training and instruction by which we may be able to mold our citizens to value their own lives, their country, fellow countrymen and women, and better appreciate and preserve Liberian history and culture. 2, appreciating our culture may provide us the national philosophy, values, and refinement we need in order to provide us, in order to live together as brothers and sisters and to preserve our heritage as Africa's oldest republic so that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past. In short, education and the appreciation of our culture are essential nation-building elements we lacked in the past because our educational system failed to efficiently provide these cherished values and mores, thus eventually causing us to self-destruct. Hence, while the guns may be silent, economic, political suppression of the masses in Liberia and in the diaspora still continues to span more than a quarter of a century without imminent end in sight, because we have not addressed our cultural and educational deficits as a nation and people, of course. In view of this, I feel that this conference is very, very important because it may afford us the opportunity to begin a dialogue that will serve as a precedent to a bigger forum for dialogue and reconciliation among all Liberians in the near future. Further, Liberians are still in a predicament despite of the semblance of peace in Liberia because of a fragile peace process. The ECOWAS peace plan for Liberia that has come to a virtual standstill due to the belligerence and refusal of principal players in the Liberian Civil War to relinquish political power, while the United Nations, European Union, African Union, Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, Mana River Union, and other world powers such as the United States, Great Britain, France, Germany, ignore the cries and requests of most Liberians to mete out justice against perpetrators of injustice and atrocities committed against the Liberian people and humanity during the Liberian Civil War. The other thing that I wanted to say also is that apart from the fact that education provides the training for us, it also empowers us to appreciate and preserve our culture and history. And when we talk about culture, it also helps us to reflect on our image because it reflects who we are. It provides us a national philosophy, the values and refinement we need to live together as a united people and nation. It provides a framework of what we should or should not do, or what is acceptable norm and what is unacceptable. Lack of self-awareness and culturally relevant education leads to self-denial and self-destruction. Lack of adequate and culturally relevant education leads to aimlessness. When you get ready to say, oh, let's like we're a Christian nation. Let's do this, let's do that, confused because of lack of cultural awareness and an inefficient educational system. Dialogue is necessary in order to iron out our differences and to reconcile. We have a problem with the international community. The role of the international community is dubious. UN, AU, EU, ECOWAS, Mano River Union, United States, Great Britain, France, Germany, China, etc. And I say this because of the refusal or reluctance of the international community to help Liberians set up war crimes court for Liberia to bring lawlessness in Liberia to a complete halt, as they do in the Western world. Fleeting excuse, for instance, is that war crimes courts are expensive to manage and maintain when it can be done elsewhere like Sierra Leone. Why can't it be done in Liberia? If you can spend billions of dollars, send billions of dollars in Liberia to do nothing, why can't we use that money to set up our war crimes court and get this thing done so that we can reinstitute genuine law and order in Liberia? What it does also is that it sends out the wrong signals that terrorism is justified. It sends out the wrong impression. It wrongly impresses upon the youth of Liberia, of Africa, and the world that lawlessness is permissible in Africa, but not in America or Europe. Because when the people committed atrocities in Bosnia, they were quick to take care of those warlords to put them where they belong. But it's not okay. It's okay for it to happen in Liberia because they can't go to Liberia, they can't do this, they can't do that. But when George Bush got ready, he told Charles, I want you to get out, and he got out. There are things that can be done. And that's why I asked the question when the deputy chief was here, and I asked her personally to convey my message to the Secretary of Justice. And I've told Obama that before, I've told Joe Biden that before. There is a concern. And that at due time, we will ask the American government to make reparations. Because in America, when they put you in a maximum prison, it's just virtually impossible for you to just walk out and go all over the world, go to Libya, go to this, go to Burkina Faso, go to Africa, go to Liberia, and kill 250,000 people, and you say because you don't have an extradition treaty with Liberia, so you can't do this, you can't do that. That is unacceptable. What it also does is that it slaps us in the face. It slaps us in the face. It slaps us in the face when somebody who committed atrocity can receive the Congressional Medal of Honor in the United States. It slaps us in the face if the person can receive a Nobel Peace Prize. That's a slap in the face. It tells us that our lives are worthless. And that thing you mean that's unjust. And I want that message to be carried across so that everybody can understand that it's unjust. Now, I would like, as my suggestion and recommendation, for us to rebuild Liberia on the basis of rule of law and social justice, and not on jungle justice. Right now is jungle justice, where anybody can do anything, you get it, you steal as much money, and it's okay, and nothing get happen, and this and that, blah, blah. All that thing is jungle justice. We want justice in Liberia. We are educated enough. You see all these people, the scientists, the this and that. We have competent people that can run that country. You talk about the educational system is a mess. Well, I can help to fix it. But no, they stole that the builders rejected shall become the hair cornerstone. That's what happening to Liberia. Because you're picking and choosing. Instead of looking for the competent people to go and help build the country. So that's the problem. Finally, I want the educational system to be reconceptualized. I'm not saying to revise the curriculum, I'm saying to reconceptualize the curriculum. We look at our curriculum, we must be able to teach Pele, we must be able to teach Gyo, must be able to teach crew, we must be able to sing our songs, we must be able to promote our culture wherever we go. We must be able to write our own textbooks, etc. And to conclude, because I see the sign up, education should not only be based on theory, but should be based on practice. We should include vocational and technical aspects, components, so that we can be able to grow our own food, to have our scientists invent things, to do a lot of things, you know, that will be practical to help develop our country. I will rest my case there until later on.
We want to thank this panel for expounding on the topics given to them. And so we'll have just 10 minutes for question and answer.
Maybe have it.
All right.
And I want to be next.
And so, all
right. Just thank you, gentlemen, for polarizing speeches that you all put forth. Questions for Dr. Yan. Spoke on various issues, and one of my questions is, across all sectors in Liberia, whether it's healthcare, education, employment, the financial capability needs to be there. And we know the government doesn't always have it. And when you talk about healthcare, which is a huge issue when you look in the United States, how healthcare is funded in various ways, is whether it's through taxpayers' funds or private institutions and various other means and ways. Do you have any ideas that you would suggest as far as how do we fund healthcare in Liberia, aside from depending or relying on the government to do so?
Okay.
Well, see, healthcare is interlinked. Healthcare is linked with the economy. Healthcare is linked with politics. There are political decisions that drive most of the forces which propel the healthcare of the nation. We look here in the United States, for example, you see the debate over the whole Obamacare issue. And we can translate that back home in Liberia and the region. Again, I believe, and economists may prove me wrong, or authenticate what I say, that the country has the requisite resources. There's no doubt. It is how the resources are being managed. It is how the government, and again, I have not been a favorable person of any past government. Those who know my history know that. Because of my open critical nature, besides the professional aspect. The country has the resources, but it is how past governments have been managing the resources. It is how they've been prioritized. And I drew in the parallel of successive governments, how they visualize healthcare. And I put into perspective how Talbot visualized healthcare. And if successive governments, irrespective of the overthrow of Talbot, but had continued that program, where we are training doctors from all over the world, all over Africa, and we are training our own doctors. If you had a system in place that would have encouraged
that process to continue, we will be producing 20, 30 doctors each year, and we will not have that wide patient to doctor ratio that we have in the country today. And so I think it's a question of the management of the resources and the prioritization of our objectives in terms of healthcare as it is interlinked with the economy and politics.
Can I add to that? Yeah. I'm, as I said earlier, I am a pastor by profession. I'm a social entrepreneur. That's why I'm running a health organization. So if you don't mind, I want to add to that answer. So this is what we're doing. My organization, Chicago Global Health Alliance. So what we're doing is that we have found that there is a segment of the Liberian population that is capable of affording healthcare for themselves. So they are able to pay for their own healthcare. So when they are sick, when their families are sick, when their wives are sick, when their children are sick, when it's not just headache, when it's serious sickness, what happens? They go someplace else. It's not a small percentage, but it's you got your civil servants, you got government employees, you got business people in the country, and even some of our relatives that are in the country that we send money to. Those people that got money, people call you and say, look, I can't get medicine, please send me money so I go to Ghana. So that's our segment of population. So what we figure out, this is what we are doing. What we are doing is that we want to provide quality health care. Because why people do that is because they don't have confidence in the healthcare system in the country. You can't blame them. If I go to the hospital, I'm not going to get good care, and I got money, I'll go someplace else. So what we are trying to do is by providing quality healthcare system in the country so that people are convinced that, look, if you can go to Ghana, you can go anywhere else. The quality of care that we are providing here is going to be, you can't go anywhere else. But if you get here in the country, we'll be saving the cost of travel and the cost of staying in a foreign country. In the meantime, you are contributing to the national economy. Because then the health center will be trapping our capital from escaping the national economy. Because part of the problem we have is that we are in a global market. So many of the doctors, you can't get paid the same money you get paid in the US, right? When you go to Liberia. So how do you attract those people so they stay in the country? Or how do you even provide our quality care? So one of the things we are working on right now, besides taking doctors on a rotation basis, whatever, 2 or 3 times a year, we are now beginning to leverage technology. That's what we're going to start working in the next 2 or 3 years. So that through telemedicine, and by telemedicine, is through technology, the doctors can be, because if we are able to recruit doctors and take them to Liberia, we may as well recruit them in Chicago. And through technology, they can provide care in Liberia with actual doctors, with other doctors or nurses in the room with them, and our doctors then can help to provide expertise and the know-how, and then also help to do the prescription. Because misdiagnosis is very high in the country. People, can you imagine people are struggling in the country, right? They say they are low $500 to go to the hospital, and then they get diagnosed for something else, they get treated for something else, they go home, their $500 is gone, they still got a sickness. So that's one of the things we are trying to minimize. What we also found is that besides the fact that the medical centers are unequipped, that's why we are equipping, and that's why I showed you those pictures earlier. We were trying to equip them. But what we also found is that these equipment, when they are in the country, if something happened to them, nobody can fix them. They don't have biomedical technicians in the country. So I'm part of my trip coming up in June is to, I graduated from Liberia, is to negotiate with the school to see if we can build a biomedical training center at Liberia. Because that will help them to train biomedical technicians. The thing is, we have to leverage. You remember my title is to leverage, what international aid and goodwill towards the country. We have to leverage that. So in this country, what is happening in this country? See our cell phones? I got Galaxy 4. Where are they now? I think they're going to 6 or 7. Six. Anybody that got iPhone 4 or 5 or 6 behind. Because the technology keeps moving forward. You got 2. You went behind. But it is happening in other sectors too.
And what happened? What drives it is the competition. My God's phone, it still does what I needed to do. I can text, I can take pictures. People call me, I will answer them. I can do whatever I want to do. If people I get sick, they get one to be faster. But it can do for me what I wanted to do. The same thing in the medical sector. They get rid of the medical equipment that still have a lot of shelf life in them. Yeah, every 2 years. So we work with Northwestern, work with University of Chicago. Those are very highly competitive hospitals. So every 2 years, there is a new technology. They are looking for a place to put those things. So we work with another organization that collects them for us. We send them to Liberia, and then we equip the medical centers with them. But you have a problem. Let's say you drive a very expensive car that costs you $50,000, and you are out somewhere in Liberia, and your tire punctured. Now you have a $50,000 car with no good tire. What are you going to do? The car becomes useless. So when we send those equipments in the country, we want to be sure that they also get repaired. So that's why we want to be sure that we also have a biomedical training center in the country so that people get trained to fix up this equipment as well. Thank you.
And just to say, I'm really glad that the pastor talked a lot about these things, because what we have been doing is that these efforts are concentrated and they are fragmented all around. During the Ebola crisis, what we tried to do along with ULA and many other organizations, including the Musa Medical Mission, is to conglomerate all of these organizations, all of these efforts. What we did also was to draw up a proposal and an entire program for healthcare reconstruction that will not only look at the end of Ebola or the end of an infectious disease, but will look beyond that, so that in the event where you have a recurrence of an outbreak, not only of Ebola, but of other diseases that are similar, you'll be having the capacity to deal with it before outside comes. And so, collection of all of these equipments, we've done all of that. But again, like I said, it has to do with the atmosphere within the country to receive these things and to properly implement them and utilize them. And that's why he talked on, which was kind of reverberating on what we've said. So this is why we talk about technology, science and tech being part of the entire medical education in Liberia. If you have that, you will have biomedical technologists being trained. You will have sociologists who are medically minded being trained. You will have different aspects being trained. And so it is a holistic problem, and we have to look at it from that point of view.
So all these great what we're trying to do with the Liberian government locally to tie that in. I mean, it's one thing to sit here with your business and what doctors are doing. Everybody's intentions are great. What are you guys doing collaboratively with the government?
So when I was
make these things happen.
You see, again, like I said, this is not the kind of atmosphere where we've talked to the Liberian government. If the Musa Medical, let us take that individual. If the Musa Medical Mission, for example, has gathered equipment and gathered trained doctors to go home and even train cardiological surgeons. When we got there, the Minister of Health did not give the go ahead for the people to do that. So it has to do, he may be lucky to distribute this, but he has his problem. Right. And that is why it requires, a conglomerate of holistic approach. The government of Liberia has to give the atmosphere. I was in the country, and some of the doctors that I trained were some of those who had, who got infected with Ebola. So they came home. But when I was there, I went there on my own. I did my own, and that was arranged by the Liberian Medical Association on the visiting professorship program. So I trained doctors. The government did not give me anywhere to sleep. I had to use my own car, use everything, everything.
But there is the possibility that they can do their part.
Thank you so much. That's what we have. If you have your paper where you look there, you will see a session for this dialogue or for this beyond this. So yeah, we want to thank you all so much. You are not over yet because we're going to discuss the issue in the session. What will happen is during dinner time of the banquet, we will come early and we'll have the time to sit together and chat and have this discussion brought at the dinner table. So we have a time not just to sit and eat, but also to intellectually eat too. So it's all part of what we're going to do today. Thank you so much, and we want to call and just give them a big round. Thank you so much. Yes. We will now call on our next session, the panel, or we have for us. If you know yourself, please join us right away. Lydia, Ines.
Number three.
If you know, you number three. Folks, we are doing well with the time, so let us just continue and get this group in, and we will do more discussion beyond this. Folks, I'm hearing a little bit of noise in the back. Please let us be in accord and give this group our utmost ear. Please.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I just want to express my thanks to the conference organizers and the fellow Liberians, especially distinguished Liberians, some of whom I know and some I don't. And I'm so proud to see my friend and brother that we all in the struggle, we did progress together on Perry Street. Doing well for the country as well. Basically, I'm the president of the United Diaspora Organization in America that comprises 4 counties: Osoro County, Grand Bassa, Riverside, and this we want to talk about rethinking the economy vis-a-vis nation building and diaspora organization vis-a-vis nation building as well. Well, the concept of nation building means different things to different people. But we're going to look at it from the standpoint, we're going to define nation building for our purpose as the constructing and structuring of national identity, building institutional capacity through partnerships. Liberia has made some progress in recovering from years of violence, but there's still more to be done. If you can remember years ago, prior to the 1980 coup, we had few business industrial sectors. In Sino, we had the sugar factory. We're making our own sugar. In Bassa, we had a flour factory. We're making our own flour. We had the glass factory. We had the Mexican factory. We have fishery. We had the fishery industry. We have a tissue factory in Benton. But all of that went away. And many speakers spoke for that. And all has to do with leadership. There is no continuity. When one government comes and sets a good policy, like he said, there's good and bad in everything. But it depends how you look. If you look to see good, you're going to see good. And we want to look to see good in as much as we're going to talk about the bad, we want to look to see good in these administrations that came and went. But the lack of continuity has hampered our country a whole lot. And the war has made it worse. And the basic thing for any economic development is leadership. It's not the economists, it's not the doctors that drive policy. You can have the best medical plan. You can have the best economic plan. You cannot implement it if you don't have the political will and the political leadership to do that. And we say in a democracy, assuming that election is free and fair, we deserve the leaders that we get. So for us to be able to have a good healthcare system, like my brother talked about, a sound economic policy, we have leaders in place. The county organizations initially were established prior to the Civil War to help the fellow Liberians that were in need, maybe through death, come to the tribal group, everybody rally around and bury that person. Because in those days, it was difficult to have health insurance. I mean, life insurance. Then came the Civil War. So the overarching vision changed to assist fellow Liberians who are being shattered. And county organizations and other organizations, including churches, have done their part to advance, to improve the lives of the Liberian people. Maybe it has become a curse. We are helping our brothers. I say this to say that Liberians are very complacent. Once we have food on our table to eat, we don't care about the problems of our other brothers. You understand? And you say, oh, Maya, it's a radical approach. I say, if Liberians in the diaspora want to make sure that certain policy is implemented in Liberia, you say, we're not going to send a penny in Liberia for 6 months until this happens. The reason why you haven't seen unrest in the streets of Monrovia for the injustices and maybe economic equality is because of the remittances that we send from here to Liberia. And they got food to eat, he don't care what's happening. He don't care about corruption. You understand? He don't care what kind of leader to put in place. Because while in the Liberian term, my pot is boiling. You understand? So you don't care for the next person. But the issue of corruption is very critical. Time is fast spent, but when we ask, to be able to elaborate, it's very systemic. We cannot only blame the government for corruption, but it permeates all sectors of our society. In the schools, there should be no reason why a student must sleep with a teacher to pass. There should be no reason why a student must give money to a teacher to pass. You understand? So if those individuals come to power in Liberia, that's what they will do. They will be corrupt. And you understand what I'm saying? There should be no reason why a pastor can go on the pulpit and talk about adultery. And you understand? And you understand what point I'm trying to make? You understand? So in every society, so the education system gotta be reformed. We talk about the oil prospects. We talk about all the minerals. Firestone. It is unthinkable that we have a rubber plantation, but we don't have any seeming. We're not producing anything with rubber. No. We ship our iron ore without doing anything. like I think Dubai mentioned, will be just like other oil companies, like some area in Nigeria, area now. Yeah, you understand? Instead of oil become a blessing, for become a curse. So we gotta retool our educational system to train our people to match the existing realities for a better economy. For a better economy. That's what we need to do in Liberia. I came with a 5-page something to really go through. But I just want to mention one thing that I think is worth mentioning. It has to do with diaspora organization. We need sort of a unification. We need to be unified and speak with one voice. There was a time that UNO was a powerful organization, and those who empower them passed through the same structure, and they know the power of the institution. I don't blame them for politically trying to bring division, but we have to speak with one voice. All the country organizations need to collaborate and speak with one voice. The issue of Ebola exposed our disunity. We were scrambling to put coalitions together to address the issue in Liberia. If we have those structures in place here on the ground, yes, it's okay to have your Grand Bassa County Association. It is okay to have your Lofa Association, but we all must come together and speak with one voice. That is very powerful.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vivian Ines Elkins. I'm a student of Brandeis University, doing my MA in International Development. It feels good to be here today, and I really want to thank the organizers for extending that invitation to me to speak on this topic, which is really good to me personally as a woman, and also because I'm a youth from the Liberian definition, 15 to 35. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. And also because I spent most of my life in Liberia. I went through all the wars, and I went to school in Liberia. My first degree was from Liberia. So, and the experience that I got, it brought to me a conclusion that if I had a magic bullet for successful development, I would just sum it up in few words to say, educate girls, educate youth, educate all. Right. Women and youth in Liberia, that segment constitute a huge portion of our population. Hence, their inclusion in the economic development lies at the heart of sustainable development in every way foreseeable. But realizing that we have to actually respect their economic right. For the fact of Liberia, you will know that young people are in informal sector a lot. Even women, there's a huge amount of women in the informal sector. But I will come to the demographical and economical role of women and giving you some statistics in that regards. Yeah. These people are working in the agricultural sector. Women, they play a major role in the agricultural sector. They are smallholders. They are youth are also in that area as well. But everything that they do, like women being in the agricultural sector, taking care of their family, they are not being recognized. Because I don't know why. And they are there to carry on, taking care of their family, also producing food for their family, but they really don't have the that social policy to protect them. They're working long distances, and all these things that have implications on them. And as that result, you will find out that they die at an early age, or something just happened to them. The best day, yeah, oh, this woman had a heart attack or something. And these are serious issues. But I don't know whether our policymaker lack the interest of actually promoting these two groups, like the youth and the women, or they just lack the vision that our country actually depends on these two groups. Because for youth, they are going to be the one that will transition into our next leaders. So if we cannot find a clear-cut policy to invest in them, like employment or education or entrepreneurship, I mean, that would be a serious issue for the country. I would consider it as a time bomb. So for the youth of Liberia, they constitute like 60% of the population. 55% of the population is under 17 years old. And 70% falls below the age of 35. Also, you will see that for the 9% of the country population is younger than 15, which provides opening for growth. If we invest in this group, there will be a better future. And this grooming picture of our youth, to me, it reinforces the need to actually rethink the way we handle development in Liberia. Because if we cannot see these people as a very important part of society, there will be a problem. And I would say this personally, for me, is threatening because you will see that the age is actually alarming. There are too many. So there's a need for us to actually take these people, or this group of people, very seriously and invest in their education. It doesn't have to be a formal education, it could be vocational and whatever. And I think that, sorry, I wrote a very long thing, and I would just try to cut it short. And I wanted to give the example, like for the US, you see that, do you all know that there was a high school student who designed the fastest and cheapest cancer detector ever? And that a 19-year-old boy from the Netherlands created a system to clear the plastic soap in the oceans. Also, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs created a revolutionary innovation when they were only 21. With all these young minds, we would never be where we are today because of technology, and we all enjoy technology and we live by it. So youth innovation should play a prominent role in Liberia in our development process. So, yeah. I'm going to come down to the women of Liberia, and I will just try to sum it up. They constitute about 50% of the population, but their inclusion in national development and politics is very small. You will see that right now, as compared to 2005 election, the women that took a leadership role, they were even higher than now. And looking at us, Liberians having a female president, I thought it should have been the other way around to say that the number will increase, but instead of increasing, it just declined. And I will also recognize that there are women in position, which I think is a great start, but there's a need for us to actually work in promoting more women getting into power. Because research has proven that women being in leadership position, they prioritize different development initiatives, like clean water, health, education for their kids. So there's a need to promote more women in leadership position, like parliament or whatsoever. And let me just list to you the number of women right now that we have in the executive, because I know people want to argue that, oh, we have a lot of women in power, but it's not, it's seeming like there are a lot of women, but it's not. Okay. Yeah. Right now, we have in the Senate, we have 5 women out of 30. In the House of Representatives, we have 8 women out of 15. In district, as in the House of Representatives, 8 women out of 73. And the executive cabinet ministers have 3 females personally, out of 20. Superintendents, we have 5 females out of 15. District commissioner has 6 females out of 133. And Senate mayors, we have 23 females out of 108. Parliament chiefs, we have 6 females out of 243. Supreme Court, the associate judges, we have 4, which is the only one I can say is 2-2 is equal. So yeah, 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 that's it. Yes, so I just want to sum it up to say that there's a need for us to actually push for more women. It's difficult because they are growing in society, they are not very financially equipped, so we cannot even grow campaign to say we want to be represented. But we went and presented the 30% gender equity quota, it has been thrown up. But our policy makers are actually focusing on useless stuff like making Liberia or Christian nation, and not even considering that women empowerment and women representation is a way forward for our country. I want to stop it.
I think we should have made her the last speaker. Now I gotta come after her. It's more difficult for me. It's even difficult. We have to almost like rush now because we can't go through our 20 pages presentation. Now I have to summarize it and see what best we can present to you to capture everything that we have. However, greetings to all of you. Uncle Nipe and Dr. Baba, good evening. I bring you greetings from the Union of Liberian Association in the Americas, ULA. I want to say thank you to Dr. Artemus Gay, who came to our court to be able to organize this conference that we are here today to put together our minds and our ideas and suggestions to help our country move forward, now and tomorrow. As we all know, Liberia as a nation went through 15 years of civil war and just got followed by months of Ebola that threw us behind. Many speakers here today spoke on the effect of Ebola, how it exposed, our country in terms of the healthcare and many other areas in our country. I mean, Ebola is a wake-up call for Liberia and for all of us as Liberians that we need to be prepared so that, like Dr. Nyan said, not just to stop the Ebola virus now or other infectious diseases now, but to see that when they come tomorrow again, we'll be able to arrest it and deal with it effectively. EULA as an institution, despite all of these things that are happening, EULA as a diaspora organization, or we as diaspora Liberians, we have a role to play. And we are doing our part. The EULA has opened its arms to the Liberian government, but we do not see the same from the Liberian government. We embrace them. When we go to Liberia, we look for them. When they come to America, we look for them. And it is not fair. And this other time, I refuse. Even we told the foreign minister when he spoke at our event that when I travel to Liberia, yes, she is there. We look for her. We go to her office. We visit with her and talk what we have to talk. When she comes to America, she should respect the diaspora community and look for the national organization, which is EULA. We have many other organizations, yes, but EULA is the mother organization of all of this group. This is why, under my administration, we are doing all we can do to collaborate with different groups. This conference today is not just EULA. We have MOLA, we have Classic, we have the diaspora group on Ebola issue. We work with the Liberian embassy here in Washington, D.C. on many other occasions. So we are doing all of these things, but we don't see that coming back from the Liberian government. And we think it is time that they come to America and put it on the agenda to meet with the diaspora group while they are here, instead of us trying and fighting to get on the president agenda. That's one thing that I refuse to do. That's a lot of time when she come here, we don't get to see her. But I was invited the last time when she came to Washington, D.C. We were invited there. When she was at the United Nations, the foreign minister talked and they invited us to go and see her, because that's only fair to us. And we hope that the message can go back to her and encourage her to put the diaspora community, EULA, that represent all Liberians, on her agenda whenever she comes to this country. What other project or things that EULA is doing? First, the Ebola. When Ebola erupted, EULA, through its chapter, we were able to send to Liberia $15,000 through the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. EULA chapters in California, Sacramento to be specific, and Los Angeles, they sent to Liberia 44 containers each of medical-related Ebola issues supplies. One container went straight to Foya District that was received over there, and another one went to Monrovia. Another container came from Minnesota chapter. In Illinois, where I came from, we were able to send home 2 53-foot containers of food for the Ebola victims in Liberia. And there are many other Liberian groups here that are working hard. We have a collaboration summit with Dr. Dubanya and the Ebola Emergency Release Group and other African group in Minnesota. And we were able to recruit 25 doctors or medical personnel. When we met with the president recently in Washington, D.C., I told her that, and she was very excited about it, but there's no follow-up. We haven't heard from them, and that's one of the problems. When they come here and they hear some of these things, they don't follow up, and there's no one to contact. So we hope they can have put in place, maybe through the diaspora office. When these things happen, they have someone that can reach back to us. I'm glad today to see that the diaspora rep in Liberia for the foreign ministry is here, and that she's listening to some of these things. Because if they have a diaspora office in Liberia, they should be able to liaise with EULA, who is the largest umbrella group here. And through EULA, you can be connected to any group. EULA has over 20 chapters in the United States of America, from Boston, Massachusetts to Sacramento, California. We have chapters all over the place under my jurisdiction. And we can give those information, work for the betterment of our nation. But if the government is not reaching out to us in such a way, there is nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. EULA here is also helping our citizens, or Liberians here in America. There were some Liberians facing deportation. They were on TPS, but EULA have fought. And the TPS has changed to DED, Deferred Enforcement of Deportation. It's been renewed every year. Every 2 years, been renewed for 18 months. But this time, we were able to engage President Obama, through other advocacy groups, and they have 24 months of extension. They have 24 months of extension that they are enjoying until they can find other means of trying to regularize their status or eventually return to Liberia. EULA is reaching out. EULA is participating with different organizations. EULA believes in women empowerment. We do have a EULA Women Empowerment committee headed by Mahmoud Dennis. They had a first conference last year in Philadelphia. This year it got canceled because of the Ebola crisis, so they canceled it. Hopefully it will be next year. But guess what? It will not be under my administration next year because my second term ends September of this year, and constitutionally and personally, I'm not going to be contesting again. Yeah, but we also believe in youth empowerment. We have been working with the diaspora youth. Mr. Ganton Moe, sitting right there, he's the president of Yale. It's a young, innovative Liberian, and it's a youth group. We work with them for the last 3-4 years now. And we've been doing good with them. They have their summit coming up in Sacramento, and I have attended almost all of the conferences except one. Yeah, but again, just to let you know that EULA is reaching out and getting involved. When it comes to the diaspora office in Liberia, EULA was the primary group that started to engage the government to organize the diaspora office. And we are glad that they did organize this office, and they have a qualified sister who's running that office. You know, they have another one in Washington, D.C. They have another one in Washington, D.C. Where also they have another young lady. But the problem that we have is that they are not reaching out to EULA. You know, we should be in constant contact. You know, they need someone in that office along with who they have, who know the diaspora, who have been a leader in one of these diaspora communities before. Because when the government comes to the United States and get their colleagues, their friends, who is completely isolated from the Liberian community here, and they take that person to Liberia, and they messed up, then they blame the diaspora community. They start to blame EULA. And that's not fair to EULA. So if you're going to come to recruit in the United States, get EULA input. We can identify, we will be able to reach out to get whatever information you may need to know if that person is qualified for what they say they are. Or we can recommend to you, you know, people who can serve better in those positions. But in the absence of that, you know, you make it difficult for us, and then you shifting false blame on our institution. And we don't think that that is right. The government of Liberia also sometimes try to make it seem like there's conflict and try to perpetuate conflict in the union. Because a lot of these government officials in Liberia, they have friends here in America. So when they are coming here for a visit, not just visit, but other government issues, instead of going through the proper channel, going through EULA, the head institution, they will contact their friends in DC or in Philadelphia, and they will organize a group, or they know from Liberia, they come to speak to a group in America. They go to meet with a few colleagues over there, they go by with feedback, oh, we went to America, we met. And it is not accurate. But they should practice the appropriate protocol of always reaching out to EULA, engaging EULA. We are here, we're willing to work for the common good of Liberia. You know, if it's in the interest of Liberia, we will work. You know, I heard earlier that someone said that EULA is not as strong as it used to be before, which is not accurate. So was the time, so they did what they had to do. You know, demonstration the day before, yes, but demonstration is always not the solution. The reason you demonstrate is to get your point across and meet with the power to be. But we have the opportunity to meet with the president or whoever it is whenever she is here. And so I personally have always discouraged demonstration, you know, because we get our point on corruption. We met with her at the United Nations. We put before her issue of corruption and other issues. And she told us that she would do something about it, and she encouraged us also to help in the fight of corruption. Recently, when she was at the embassy, I complimented her because they have a few indictments, you know, in terms of corruption. But we said, that's fine, but it's not enough. We need to see more indictment and conviction, you know, to send a strong message so these people can stop all of these corrupt practices that they are carrying on, you know, in Liberia. And I just want to say, EULA is here to work for Liberia, but if there's anything that is going on, social injustice, political injustice, you rest assured, EULA will make a position statement and EULA will speak out on those things. I mean, as much as we are willing to work with the government, at the same time, we will not neglect our advocacy responsibility when it comes to social and political injustices that may be going on in the country. So again, I mean, I will take questions if there's more, but I know I've been signaled. My time was cut short, but I want to stop here for now, and then we can talk more.
Thank you so much. What we're going to do, this panel has done a very good job, but because of time and we want to hear from the next group, we're going to combine. We'll get this group to speak, and then we'll have this question brought over to the session that we'll be having. So just write write whatever question you have for them, we're going to discuss them. So thank you so much.
Buttress?
Yeah. The last group. Please come over. And World Bank and make sure we get some money from the IFC.
Thank you.
A lot of people look tired. And I understand it. I understand it. It's been a long day. So we'll try to be as fast as we can. We'll summarize most of the things that we thought we would have had the time to discuss. My name is Jerry McCauley. I have a background in economics and banking. And I work in development finance. But I focus mostly on private sector institutions. So I don't have the experience of working with government. But I do have a lot of experience interacting and working with CEOs, thinking about sectors in the economy and helping them raise money to finance their organizations. And I think I can bring some of that perspective. But I also think a national economy is a difficult thing to talk about, especially when you're talking from the standpoint of a country that had wars for over a decade, that had 2 or 3 generations where a significant majority have not been educated, that's recovering from war, and most of those that are educated live outside of the boundaries of the country. And within the last 6 to 9 months, we've had a devastating national health crisis that have chased away all of the capital, or most of the capital, that have chased away most of those who had the means to generate and engage in economic activity. And so, however we think about it, there's going to be a big struggle. It's going to be a difficult way forward. I think most of what I would have loved to talk about, right? Talk about the macroeconomic overview, the Liberian labor market, demand, supply side as it relates to our economy in different ways have been touched upon by almost every panel. And I think there's been a theme. We don't have capacity. When we talk about mental health, we don't have the people to deliver. When we talk about healthcare, we don't have the resources. When I'm talking resources, I'm going to focus this only on human capital. Okay? Let's forget about the money. We'll talk about money at a different time. But we don't have psychiatrists and psychologists. A good bunch of our doctors been wiped out because of, when I say we don't have, it's not the absence. I'm talking about critical mass. Okay? Just so we put it in perspective. Everything I talk about is representing critical mass. It's not that some of these fields we don't have professional people. It's that we lack critical mass. Just so we understand the context. I think when we talk about institutions, again, because of the war, because of limited policies, you don't have the continuation. But most important, I would say, is that the combination of an inadequate educational system, the results of multiple generations without formal education, have set us up for a difficult path in the future. And now that we know it's going to be difficult, how can we start to reclaim some of what is still left, that we will go through this difficult patch, but it could be, a hurdle. That once we pass that hurdle, we can start to benefit for some of the things that government could put in place today. I think in any economy, there are responsibilities for individuals, and there's a clear role for government. And the individuals will not put in place the systems,
and the capital required to educate that 50% of the 15-year-old and less that this country requires to prepare to change what our future looks like. I think the ability to change the future lies with the present. It is the steps that we take today in harnessing the capital we get from our oil industry, our mining industry, our rubber industry, from maritime, because those are becoming the new piggy banks, from our telecom industry. If we don't take those money and put it into the development of the youth and prioritize a number of sectors within the country, 100 years from now, they will have the same conference and discuss the same issues. Okay. And you go to Liberia today, and most people are working, just so you know. The majority of the people are working. I didn't say they were gainfully employed. I'm not making a statement that they were doing jobs that they are happy with. But in a country where most people are working and they can't feed themselves, and they are heavily dependent on donor resources, it tells you something about the situation on the ground. And so you have skills that people need, or industry, like mining, like oil, rubber, telecom, technology. Those needs are in the country. You have very little availability of skills on the ground to benefit from some of the most high-paying jobs. You have everybody working, but people, the kids are selling something on the streets. They're doing things that really cannot feed them. And so that mismatch between the need for skilled people, the availability of human capital, untrained. If we can work together to match them, I think we can begin to address the future. Today, there's a role for government. And the way the government can start to address some of these issues is how the government prioritizes some organizations, how they recruit from the diaspora, because we do have a few qualified people, dedicated people. So how government recruits, how you understand that these people you want to recruit have lives, have families, some of them have to pay for the school, the loans. And so when government wants to recruit the right kind of people and is willing to address the basic need that will make someone part with their family and a comfortable lifestyle and go boom, you need to address some of that. You're not going to get the same salary in America or in Liberia. A few people might get it, but generally it's not going to happen. But I think when you're looking to recruit qualified people, you need to be aware of some of the fundamental things. Some fundamental things, the questions that they have. Come ready to answer those questions. And you might start to fill a few positions that can drive policy, that can monitor how effective some of those policies are, and have the capacity to recognize strategically if those policies are not delivering on what is expected, to take a second look and make correction. Because a lot of times we don't make correction, no midstream correction. We're going to go down this path right with laws, and they're dead. We're not lacking a lot of things. We have laws on our books. We don't monitor, we don't enforce. And so some of the actual management of these things can help improve the economy. I don't think that it's going to be an easy thing to provide power for all Liberians, water, because I'll give you a simple example. LEC today can produce about 1250 kilowatts per hour. The country needs about 120. And there was a question asked, do you have paying customers. If somebody were to deliver X amount of kilowatt per hour that they can get with a certain level of assurance, the capital that they're funded to deliver power. And if you come to ask somebody for money, international investors, and you're not ready to say, you're going to put 100 million, I've got X, Y, and Z customers, they pay every day, they're available, and these people got jobs and blah, blah, blah to pay, nobody's going to give you 100 million. That's just it. It's not about I like you or I don't like you, or it's my country or it's not my country, or it's my friend. People that bring private capital are looking to get a return. And if it's not going to get the kind of return that they can get in alternative investment, then those money will not come to Liberia or to other places. And I think that kind of thought process, whenever we're going to ask for water, electricity, or telecommunication, the people that are making these pitches need to come ready and say, it's not only that I want your money, but there's a market. I've seen them do it. Show them examples, and you'll be able to let people part with their money. And I think we miss a lot of that in some of the opportunities we see. We can have questions later on, but I thought simplifying the discussion was the best way to talk about economic, sustainable economic development of the country.
All right, my part of this presentation will be focused on entrepreneurship and partnership as far as it concerns to nation building. Firstly, I want to thank you, Artemis, and the members of this organization for putting this event together. Introduce myself. My name is J. Ennis. I was born in Liberia, left Liberia when I was 7, when the war broke out. And my last memory of going to Liberia, I went back to Liberia about 2 years ago. It's the first time leaving, first time returning home since leaving the war. And it was a very emotional experience for me. I think as a young 6, 7-year-old kid leaving Liberia during the war, there are a lot of vivid memories in my mind from a young age that were traumatizing experiences for a young kid that I still remember to this day. And I think those experiences drive my passion for Liberia, my passion for what I want to do in Liberia. So my name, J, the Bassa name, it means for the sake of my home or for the sake of my nation. And I sometimes joke with my parents that, that name they gave me, it what has built the fire within me to be so passionate, about Liberia. And I think since I've been here, before I had the opportunity to return home, I always talk about Liberia. My mama, Dad always said, "Yeah, Liberia been in hot." He said, "Liberia been in hot." I said, "I'm focused on school," but Liberia has always been on my mind. So But I was graduated from the University of Massachusetts with a degree in international business, and my focus was entrepreneurship. For as long as I can remember, from a young age, business and entrepreneurship has always been something that has driven me. I can remember I was that kid on the playground who, when my mom and dad would cook me African food and rice for lunch, I would go and sell it to other kids on the playground and make some money. So I've always had that drive in me. As far as when it comes to business and entrepreneurship, and all the African American kids know how to be, oh, this is good, So every week I have my mom make more and sell it, and came up with little creative ways to spur up the entrepreneurship spirit. And entrepreneurs are very, very crucial and important to any economy. And I think we are here today talking about where can Liberia go. The past is the past, and we need to focus on the future now. The United States, the figures, about 2/3 of jobs in the United States come from entrepreneurs. You have people like Bill Gates, who dropped out of high school, and he became an entrepreneur. You have people like Steve Jobs and all these different people that drive the creative economy that we live in today. And it is very important for Liberia to focus on the development of entrepreneurs within the country. when I went to Liberia during my last trip, and just driving through the streets of Monrovia and Buchanan and other places, the entrepreneurial spirit is within our people. Business is all we know. From kids selling on the streets, you know, these kids, every stoplight, they made me buy a piece of chicle, you know. Although I just bought one from the previous stoplight, but they're dry. Hey brother, uncle, please buy this. Hey brother, uncle, please buy this. And their pitch is so on point, and their pitch is so spot on. And that is what an entrepreneur really needs. You need the drive, and that's the number one thing, and that passion within you. And Liberian children, Liberian youth have this in them. It's birthed within our nature, and I think that's where the positive comes out of the negative situation that we're in. Because when you're desperate, when desperation sets in, you'll do anything to create. And I've seen some of the most creative children, most creative young people in Liberia, in my experiences of going back home and interacting with youth back home, and wanted to focus on this. Entrepreneurs in general, to quote President Kennedy, we take the approach of, President Kennedy says, you know, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And I think the entrepreneur mindset, it's focused on that specific quote. Entrepreneurs are always looking at not what you can do for me, but how can I impact you to make your life better? What can I contribute to the world to make the world better, to make the world a more sustaining place? And this is the kind of mindset that we need to teach our children. Last time I was in Liberia, went to a couple of the schools. You know, my dad's bishop and is the Methodist bishop in Liberia. Some of the projects that they work with, went to some of the schools and asked the children, what do you want to be when you grow up? You know, people want to be in the government, people want to do X, Y, people want to do this. And I told children, you know, people in the United States don't go into government. What if I told you they don't go into government to be rich or for money? In the United States, people go into government because they're already established, successful business people. They go there whether it's to boost their acumen or their political prestige. But the private sector entrepreneurship is very important to the growth and the development of the country. As entrepreneurs, if children are able to, if people are able to create jobs, you fall in line with what you want the government to do. So in the United States, for instance, why do we build out big banks and all of these private sector corporations? Because they control the economy. So if we are teaching our young people, and we are teaching our people in Liberia of how to create jobs, and you're complaining about different things that the government does or doesn't do, you creating jobs, you investing in a private sector, you sway the hand of the government. Now the government is relying upon you. If you start a company that's feeding the people in the nation, the government now looks to you to make certain decisions within the country because you are a major contributor to the country and you're not relying upon them as well. I see my time's getting short, but there's a book on networking that I read. It's a marketing guru. His name is Keith Farazi. And Keith, white guy, grew up poor collar, and Keith is one of the most highly respected entrepreneurs in the U.S. And Keith said he grew up working on a golf course with wealthy people. And Keith said, I watch how the wealthy people interacted with each other. He said they helped their kids get into the best of schools. They supported each other's businesses. They helped create opportunities for one another. And then I looked at the impoverished community that I lived in. We didn't support each other's businesses. We wanted to be the only one on top. We wanted to be the first and the only one to do something. And he said, I realized at that moment that I've been tricked my whole life to think that success was competition when success was actually cooperation. He said, this is what the wealthy know, and this is what the poor don't know. So to bring it back to entrepreneurship and collaboration and partnership, in order to start businesses, because Liberia has been through a traumatic phase for entrepreneurs within the diaspora, here, we are focusing on, and the focus should be cooperating with each other. We can't go back to Liberia and do it by ourselves. But if we're able to put our minds and our brains together and say, okay, we have this type of educational experience, we have this expertise, how can we jointly put our brains together and go back home and make a difference? And not just going back home and doing it, but how can we contribute and teach people locally? So I talk about interactive employment. So going back home and not just creating jobs, but teaching the people how to be in charge of those positions. So, you know, if you hire someone to work for you as entrepreneurs, one of the things entrepreneurs can do, they teach people at the bottom level of how to become a manager, of how to run and operate a business, because these things are very important. And you're talking about how can we start some of these things on a practical level. We talk about things and we say things all the time, but what can we start to do? For instance, one of the little things we can do, for instance, a lot of kids in Liberia, I know when I went down saying, man, how am I going to get my hair cut? A lot of these kids know how to cut hair and do hair and all these different things. If a group of 5 African entrepreneurs here in the diaspora would say, okay, let's put some money aside, let's see who can give us a grant or something to go open up a barber shop or a hair salon in Liberia. We teach these kids professionally how to cut hair, how to do hair, but not just how to do it, but how to run and operate the business themselves. And next thing you know, you put them in charge to run this one barbershop, and then you open up another barbershop and it's running without the help of the government. You don't need the government to run businesses and all these different things. Of course, it's very important for the government to put measures and measures in place to be able to help spur economic growth and to help the entrepreneur development. And some of these things that the government is able to do for the government officials sitting here and asking, how can you as citizens help us to relay some of these productive and sustainable ideas? For instance, internships. Allow students, you have international firms that are coming into Liberia and working. Allow students within the Liberian educational sector to intern in some of these companies so they can get the hands-on experience, so their brains can start churning, so ideas can start being maturated within their heads. This is how entrepreneurs start to be born. They get in the habit of saying, okay, wow, how do you do this? How do you do that? They start questioning things, and next thing you know, they want to operate and run their own business, run their own businesses one day. The government can also allocate grants for entrepreneurship development. So if you're a Liberian business owner, whether you're in the diaspora or locally, and you want to run a business and you want to start something, there needs to be some type of financial way to be able to support entrepreneurs, because starting a business is an expensive thing. So how do we contribute to kind of holding the hands of our young entrepreneurs? And other guests talked about introducing the sciences and all these different things and technology. You see the technological boom here in Silicon Valley. People are becoming overnight billionaires by creating apps and by creating all these different things. So these are entrepreneurs that are now running the world. And I heard a quote that the country with the most amount of entrepreneurs is going to be the country that is going to be the country or the region that are part of the leading economies of tomorrow. So the question we need to ask ourselves, how are we cultivating, how are we creating entrepreneurs in Liberia? This is a crucial and a very important thing for the growth and the development and the future of our country, because the young people are the future of our country. So from the primary school level to middle school to the high school level, we need to come up with interactive ways. So whether it's getting Liberian entrepreneurs here to go back home and be interactive with other young aspiring Liberian entrepreneurs back home, creating or the government sponsoring that type of program to be able to take Liberians here, because there's Liberians that grew up here that have a passion for the country, but they never been. They want to go back and impact and help our young people and help our other people in different ways, but they haven't been able to do that. Market women, for instance, they think they make money if they travel from the village and then they go to the market and sell their goods, not realizing just because they got something tangible, they actually lost money. They're not accounting the cost of transportation. They're not accounting all the other opportunity costs that go within creating your business. At the end of the day, they think because they brought home $10 at the end of the day, they profited, but they actually lost. So how are we teaching our market women, our business people, and our young people how to interactively run a business? And going back again to the firms that are in the country, and I think other people touched on it, when something breaks down in the country, we need to have entrepreneurs. We need to have people within our country who can fix these things. I think last time I was in Liberia, I helped the American company, they do infrastructure development. I helped them establish in Liberia. We're taking a tour of the water plant. They just installed a new hydro equipment there. And you see the people working around, and they're just watching the guy from Europe or whoever he was telling them, put this here, do this and do that. But there was no tutorial of hands-on learning, of saying, this is why this goes here. And this is, if this breaks down, this is what you do. So this is how we need to start teaching our people, so that, next thing you know, if he learns how to do this, he can open up his own shop and own business of creating parts of this equipment that if it breaks down, then we're in charge of our economy. And that ties hand in hand now with foreign investment, because if Liberian entrepreneurs are in charge of our economy, and you have foreign investment coming into the country, you now are able to control how foreign investment correlates with your people and with your country. Because we have sharp, educated young people and business people who will now be able to take control of the economy and be able to say, this is wrong, this is right, and this is the direction that we need to go. But I see my time is up. Everybody's hungry.
Well, can we not take this panel so much? Very well. Finally, you guys are brilliant. You guys are brilliant, and I bet we have our government listening to us, and that's what we want: the opportunity to listen, an opportunity to have a dialogue that is meaningful for a better Liberia. So, what we're going to do with the discussion for the two panel group, what we will do instead of us, because our time going to run out of here, and they're going to start charging up per minute. But we have from 7 to 10. 3 hours for eating, spiritually, intellectually, and naturally. So we can. All right. So let me take the time off now and allow just let us speak.
Thank you, Dr. Gay. Real quick, just a little correction and then an announcement. I mentioned earlier that we have 25 healthcare personnel ready to go to Liberia, which is accurate, but we have recruited a total of 85, and 25 of the 85 are ready to go. The government of Liberia, the president, Her Excellency Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, was told this information by me and Dr. Nyan, and to date, we have not heard anything back from them. And that's one of the problems with the government of Liberia. I remember when I was chapter president in Illinois, the chapter president of VISA in 2006, the junior college in Chicago, Olive Harvey College, gave 15 scholarships for nursing, and there was no one to follow up, and it just went down the drain. If they were to connect with ULA and give her the go-ahead to engage this institution, this thing will materialize. So follow-up is very critical. Even it happened in Ohio and many other places, other can attest. So you want to have this information get back. We want to work with the government. Mention this thing doesn't mean we hate any government. We want good things to happen for our country. Yes. So when they come here and this thing happen, get involved us. The embassy here, we have good relationship with them. Get in touch with them, they get in touch with us. We can follow up for you. We are all over the place, and we can do this thing. We volunteer our time. I travel from Chicago here, 12 hours. Drove here. I'm driving back tomorrow. Making sacrifice just for the betterment of our nation. What else is here? Liberia. One key thing I forgot. When I went to Liberia for the second inauguration of Madam Sirleaf, there was no public library in Liberia. When I met Lord Senior, the director of NRC, the National Archive, we promised to deliver library books so they can put on the second floor on 12th Street. We sent those books to Liberia. Since 2013 May, no one to go and redeem those books. We pay our own money. Library books that came from another library here in California. We send them to Liberia as we speak. They sit on the water today, if they are still there. Dr. Vero Tolpo, the director of social services for ULA, she was the key person who worked on that project along with our California chapter under the administration of Nawale Washington. And those books were sent, 44 continuum library books. Today, as we speak, Dr. Tolpo have about 25 computer laptops, but we can't send them to Liberia. Who will redeem them? I guess it's now money sitting in the continuum where they can go and take it. And Mango is so it's still there. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. We are very frustrated. Donors of those books are asking, or we can't tell them nothing concrete. So how can we go back to solicit more to send them over there? We are willing to work, but the government has to be willing to work with us as well. Again, working with the government, we will be working with the Liberian Embassy. They are preparing for the Liberian Independence Day coming up. They reached out to ULA, which is cool, and ULA is willing to work with them. They have a town hall meeting tomorrow evening where someone from the Commerce Department in Liberia will be. The Commerce Minister will be at that town hall meeting to address.
Not tomorrow.
Tomorrow is the final minister, right?
Oh, but next Sunday.
Why are we talking about the final minister? That will be next week.
Okay, next Sunday. Next Sunday.
Friday.
Yeah.
Not Friday. Friday.
Why is it yet?
It's Friday. We had sent President Kingston the information. The Minister Councilor, Mrs. Pamata Mandilai. And the reason why I decided to send you the reminder.
Yeah, that's right.
The young man here, Ines, Mr. Ines, go home the point. The purpose of the Minister of Commerce presence in the country. He's coming with a 5-member delegation precisely to engage the diaspora. So what have we done? We have at planning branch, you have the information, which I'll be more than happy if you disseminate that information.
That's no problem. I would do that.
Your chapter members.
Yeah.
And there will be a business meeting at the embassy on Friday. Starts at about 10 o'clock or so. But we'll fill you in with the details so that you can disseminate them.
Okay,
and then from 6 to 10 o'clock, there will be the town hall meeting where you can hear the information on the new act that have been passed by the Liberian legislature and some incentive that the Ministry of Commerce wants to deliver to you so that you can take due advantage.
Yeah, thank you. So to close, people, you hear the young man here talk, dual citizenship is important. When the young man go to Liberia tomorrow, I don't know his immigration startup, but they will treat him like a foreigner when he go back home. With all his passion. Okay, so other people like you may have citizenship, but when they go back to Liberia with their passion, they treat them like a foreigner. And it's not fair. So let's push for dual citizenship. Thank you.
Yes, just quickly, everybody on the panel, just quick. Everyone on the panel that spoke, if you have hard copy of your presentation, we'd like to have that. And we'll ask that if you have soft copy, that you email it to here. We need your email address.
Let me project.
But meanwhile, if you have hard copies of your presentation, please leave it around the table. We got soft copy.
Yeah,
all right. Because from there we need to just
business goes up. 7 o'clock. Yeah. Yes. I'm gonna put Jelly. J Massacre at gmail.com. I'm gonna put Jelly.
Thank you so much.
My email address is jmassacre@gmail.com. I'm gonna put Jelly.
You got a call card? Oh, yeah, come just give it to them and let them just email it.
Look, ladies and gentlemen, my email address is jmassacre@gmail.com.
Every year,
Come again.